guard, number 97, Tyra Stevenson. At defensive tackle, number 90, Jackson Player. The linebacking core consists of number 11, Trayvon Reeves, number 30, Justin Wright, and number 20, Zaven Collins. In the secondary, cornerback number 12, Allie Green. At strong safety, Kendaren Ray. At free safety, number 7, Ty Neal Martin. The nickelback is number 3, Christian Williams. And at corner, number 26, Caleb Evans. The defensive starters for Philip Montgomery's Tulsa Golden Hurricane. And now for Luke Fickell's Cincinnati Bearcats. Along the defensive line at defensive end, number 21, J. Sanders. At defensive tackle, number 92, Curtis Brooks. At defensive end, number 93, Elijah Ponder. The linebacking core consists of number 27, Darian Beavers. The middle backer, number 41, Joel DeBlanco. And on the strong side, number 8, Jarrell White. In the secondary, the starting cornerback, number 12, Ahmad Gardner. The safety, number 1, James Wiggins. Also at safety, number 5, Derek Forrest. The nickelback, number 9, Arquan Bush. And the other corner, opposite Gardner, number 7, Kobe Bryant. The defensive starters under head coach Luke Fickell and defensive coordinator Marcus Freeman for the Cincinnati Bearcats. Welcome to the conference championship game.
331 yards in the Buckeyes' victory. Clemson won the AAC Championship, routing Notre Dame 34-10. Does Trevor Lawrence make a difference? He did not play when Notre Dame beat Clemson in South Bend earlier this year. Well, he played today and played incredibly well. He passed for 322 yards and 2 touchdowns. He ran for 90 yards and another touchdown as Clemson beat Notre Dame by 24 points. So, Clemson is in the 14 playoff. Ohio State is in the 14 playoff. Alabama will be playing Florida shortly in the SEC Championship game if the top-ranked...
Ladies and gentlemen, under the direction of Christopher J. Nichter, with Associate Director Nicholas E. Angelis and Assistant Director Krista Mulcahy, we present the University of Cincinnati Bearcat Marching Band. The Bearcat Band is led by drum majors Nicholas Clark and Sarah Stevens, with featured twirlers Julia Bergquist, April Gable, and Anita Nye. On your feet, Bearcat fans, for Cheers Cincinnati! The Bearcat Band salutes head coach Luke Fickle and the entire number 6 Bearcat football team with "Give a Cheer." Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and join in singing the University of Cincinnati Alma Mater, conducted by Associate Band Director Mr. Nicholas E. Angelos. Ladies and gentlemen, this time we ask that you remain standing. Place your hand over your heart and join the Bearcat Band in honoring America. Please join the UC Bearcat Band in the singing of our national anthem, conducted by Director of Bearcat Bands, Mr. Christopher J. Nectar.
Stadium as the undefeated 6th-ranked UC Bearcats look to win the American Championship and earn a berth in a prestigious New Year's Six bowl game as they host the Tulsa Golden Hurricane. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Dan Horde, along with Jim Kelly Jr. and Tony Pike. It is great to have you with us for our coverage of the American Championship. And let's get to Kelly's Keys to the Game. They're brought to you by AE Door and Window Company, where they sell the best and service the rest.
Well, Dan, normally I'll start off with here's what the offense has to do, here's what the defense has to do. And we talked about this a little earlier. I'm going to do it a little different because I have some areas of concern. And it's the one we talked about at the Open, which is the layoff, 28 days. With the Bearcats in some of that 28 days for a period of 2 weeks in some cases didn't practice. So how rusty are they going to be? The other thing, and Tony brought this up, is very important, is the weather tonight. It's a steady rain, not a hard rain by any means, but certainly a steady rain. And if you look at the defenses in this game, I mentioned Cincinnati #1 in most categories, Tulsa #2. So here's those categories. In scoring defense, Cincinnati 1, Tulsa 2. The rest of them the same way. Total defense, passing defense efficiency, 1 and 2. However, there's a separation when it gets to rushing defense. Tulsa's #4 in the conference, #48 in the country, and the Bearcats are the leading rushers in the American Conference. They average 234 yards a game on the ground. Combine that with the rain tonight and I think the inability to throw the ball a whole lot, I think you're going to see the Bearcats go to a steady diet of running the football. Tony mentioned a key player of the game today, James Hudson. I think the offensive line is going to be key today. And how do they do that? They need to stay ahead of the chains. First down is an important down. You need to get yourself, to 2nd and 6 or 2nd and 5, 2nd and 4, those kind of situations. You don't want to be looking at 2nd and 10 and 3rd and 10 all the time. And then on the defensive side, Zach Smith. He's kind of in the middle of the pack in all the quarterback categories. Put some pressure on him. He threw 2 picks last year in the game up here at Nippert. And I think if they're able to put some pressure on him, I think they'll be able to make him throw the ball away, make them throw the ball. The last thing is Tulsa's just got a magic season going right now, and there's something going on there. Early in the year when the season was delayed, there was nothing else to write about, so they started writing about coaches on the hot seat. Philip Montgomery, the coach of Tulsa, who's been there a good number of years, was struggling, and he was the one on the hot seat. Well, he's turned that around, and he's off that list now. And they've done that by winning 2 games at the buzzer, and Tony mentioned a guy by the name of Zaven Collins, so he's won both those games in the last second. So he's a guy they have to take care of, and know that the Tulsa is never out of a game. Put this team away early if you have a chance.
The Bearcats have just come charging out of their game day locker room through a cloud of red and black smoke, led by head coach Luke Fickell in his 4th year at Cincinnati, named the American Athletic Conference Coach of the Year for the 2nd time earlier this week. What an incredible job he's done. 4-8 in his first season as Cincinnati's head coach. 30-5 since.
You asked me a question earlier. Have I ever seen a quarterback kind of improve so much as Desmond Ridder? I have never, and I'm not talking just Cincinnati football, I'm talking all of college football that I've followed for a good number of years. I have never seen a team improve from, as I saw this team do, from 2007 to 2018. And they've continued to make strides, but that jump was unbelievable that year.
This is the 6th ever American Championship game, Cincinnati playing in it for the 2nd time. The Bearcats, of course, lost in Memphis last year. They had the lead with less than 5 minutes to go. Memphis scored the game-winning touchdown with 1:14 to go in defeating Cincinnati 29-24. Tulsa is making its first ever appearance in the American Championship. The Golden Hurricane now emerging from the locker room. Cincinnati wearing all black at Nippert Stadium tonight, and the Golden Hurricane wearing all white. Let's check in with former Bearcat quarterback Tony Pike out in the rain as our sideline reporter tonight. Tony?
Dan, I appreciate you. This game is all about handling emotion. 28 days off. The added emotion from last year, losing to Memphis twice in 8 days. You have to handle that. You've got to bottle up the emotion and play your game. It's evident you got to get a fast start. Tulsa plays well from behind, but with the conditions, with the UC defense, if you can get a lead, you feel really good about making them one-dimensional. But you have to handle your emotions on the offensive side of the ball, especially at quarterback, in the rain where you got to loosen up the grip a little bit. Defensively, this is not the spread it out, high-powered offense that UC has seen so many times this year. Watching in pregame, they run a lot of 3 down throughout the course of the year. UC was running some 4 down lineman sets during pregame, putting more guys in the box with the weather conditions to load up and stop that run and try to get Zach Smith a little uncomfortable.
All right, let's listen in to tonight's coin toss.
Just want to let you know, gentlemen, welcome to tonight's American Athletic Conference Championship game. You both have played very hard in a sometimes trying and bizarre season, and I want to congratulate you both for a great season in the midst of this pandemic. And now for some championship football. The American Conference logo is the heads. The logo of all the teams in the American Conference is the tails. The tails and the heads. Tulsa, you make the call. He calls tails. That is tails. You've won the toss. You confirm you're going to get the ball. The goal you'd like to defend is this goal. Is that correct? You like to kick in that direction. Great. Put your back to this goal. Put your back to that goal. Tulsa has won the coin toss and will defer their option to the second half. To start tonight's game, Cincinnati shall receive.
Well, in college football this year, just one captain from each team permitted to go out to midfield for the coin toss. In Cincinnati's case tonight, the great Derek Forrest. He received honorable mention, all-conference recognition earlier this week after being first-team All-League last year, and it's a shame because he's one of the best safeties in this league. Unfortunately, I really believe because the Bearcats had 3 other members of their secondary receive first-team All-League honors, Ahmad Gardner, Kobe Bryant, and James Wiggins, the coaches who do the voting probably thought to themselves, well, we can't have it entirely made up of Cincinnati players, and Derek Forrest did not receive first-team recognition as a result.
Exactly the same thoughts I had when I saw that. And yeah, it's a shame because he has had an excellent year, and I don't know, they could not give it to the whole secondary, and I know in press conference with Philip Montgomery, he was a little bit upset that his corners weren't in there a little bit higher too. He thinks he has a good set of corners, and we'll talk about them a little bit more after the kickoff. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Derek Forrest's been great to watch his career. And you know, interestingly enough, with COVID, everybody given another year this year, interesting to see who might come back. And I think Derek Forrest is one whose name's been mentioned here and there to potentially come back for another year.
Here comes the opening kick. Trey Tucker, second-team All-Conference as a kick returner, will start from the 6-yard line, sprinting up the seam right to the 30. Looked like he tripped over the foot of a teammate and went down at the 35-yard line.
Well, that's not quite the quick start Tony was talking about. He's talking about points, but that is one heck of a start for the Bearcats, and you're right. Trey Tucker looked like he had some more running room there and tripped over the foot of one of his blockers.
I think Will Adams was the player that he tripped over because Will looked upset with himself after the return. Nonetheless, a good drive start. The Cats have it. 1st and 10 at their own 35. The ball on the right hash. Desmond Ritter takes a shotgun snap, fakes a handoff, rolls left. His pass batted up in the air, and it falls incomplete. That was a defensive back, Christian Williams, coming from the edge. Got right in the face of Desmond Ritter and swatted away his first throw.
Well, Tulsa set the tone right there. They brought a corner, Dan, as you mentioned, the secondary guy, and they're going to send a whole lot of people at Desmond Ritter, and they did on that one.
Pass was intended for Lenny Taylor, who was wide open. Had Des been able to get it over the outstretched arm of Christian Williams. 2nd and 10 Cincinnati from the 35. Here's a handoff up the middle and very little running room for Jared Dokes, who received first-team All-League honors. He stopped after a 2-yard run, and the Bearcats are looking at 3rd and 8 on their opening drive.
Yeah, that's not what you want. Again, talked about it in the keys. You want to stay ahead of the chains. You want to have first and, medium, or I'm sorry, 2nd and medium or 3rd and medium. 3rd and short. This is a tough one here, and Ritter throwing on the first one with an incompleted pass. That puts you behind already.
Bruno LaBelle out, Josh Wiley in. The Bearcats send 3 receivers out to the wide side left, 2 out to the right. Shotgun snap to Ritter. Quick throw to the left. It is caught short of the first down marker, and Michael Young is tackled 1 yard short at the 44-yard line.
Wow, I'll tell you what, it looked like Young was going to get that with the ease, and nice tackle there to not allow him to get that first down yardage.
4th and 1 early in their own territory, and the Bearcats are going to bring out James Smith and punt it away to Tulsa. So the Bearcats do not get a first down on their opening drive. James Smith, 2nd team All-League as a punter. He received All-League honors all 4 of his seasons as Cincinnati's punter.
That was Allie Green, the corner. That was one of those corners Philip Montgomery thinks is so good, and he showed why there.
The snap, move to the left, and here comes the punt. Keelan Stokes returns for Tulsa, calls for a fair catch, and goes to his knees to make it, surrounded by 3 Bearcats who are inches away. That's a 41-yard punt with no return, pinning Tulsa at the 11-yard line.
Yeah, they didn't give them a lot of room there, did they? Bearcats have to be careful there not to get a penalty, but nice punt by James Smith, and of course we're accustomed to seeing that. And this is a critical defensive set already for the Bearcats to see how Tulsa is going to attack this defense. Tulsa's quarterback, 4-man front, so we'll see if they go with 3 or 4.
Tulsa's quarterback is a senior, Zach Smith. Started his college career at Baylor, spent 2 years there. Now he's in his 2nd season as the starter at Tulsa, a 5th-year senior. On 1st and 10, he'll look to pass from the pocket. Smith, with time, fires deep down the middle of the field, and it is incomplete. Intended for the coach's son, Cannon Montgomery, who has 1 catch for 2 yards this season, and they tried to throw it to him 50 yards downfield.
He's got decent speed. That's why they used him there. And Derek Forrest, the guy we were talking about, who's the captain for today, one of the 2 captains. Des Ritter's the other one, but Forrest was the one that got to go out for the coin toss. Good coverage there. Nice attempt by young Montgomery.
2nd and 10 Tulsa, the Golden Hurricane at its own 15-yard line. Shotgun snap. Here's a handoff to the right to Corey Taylor. Runs through an ankle tackle and picks up first down yardage. He runs for 12 to the 27, stretching it out toward the right sideline.
Yeah, sure did. And Tulsa goes to the kind of the hurry up here, but Darian Beavers had an opportunity there to make that tackle and didn't make it. So first down for Tulsa.
Low snap, bobbled, then scooped up by Smith. He's in trouble, throws over the middle. It is caught for a first down. Now it's fumbled, but the loose ball goes right to a Tulsa player. The pass complete to Juan Carlos Santana. Had the ball knocked away, and it just rolled right to Keelan Stokes for a big gain. Tulsa's going to have the ball at the 45-yard line.
Stokes did a nice job there of just knowing the football, of awareness of the football.
1st and 10 from the 45. Here's a handoff, and Taylor does not make it back to the line of scrimmage. Ethan Tuckey knifing into the backfield to tackle running back Corey Taylor for a 1-yard loss.
Yeah, nice job that time. Tuckey's had a great year. Ethan Tuckey doing a nice job there.
30 yards so far on this drive. We'll make it 29 after the 1-yard loss on that play. So 2nd down and 11 for the Golden Hurricane, a team that has really struggled offensively in the first quarter of games this season. Shotgun snap and a low one, caught by Smith, short pass, caught by Santana, buried by Kobe Bryant, who snares him down after making the tackle at the 48. A 4-yard gain on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 7.
Yeah, nice solid tackle by Kobe Bryant. Again, the Bearcats fired up. And Kobe Bryant with a lot of emotion there. You got to be careful there. That's something you consider that taunting when you stand over somebody and look at them. So
3rd down and 7. The ball's on the left hash for the Golden Hurricane. Senior quarterback Zach Smith is ready, claps his hands, but doesn't snap it. Now he moves to his right, looks toward the sideline where the plays are being signaled in. The play clock is down to 3. Zach Smith is ready, catches the shotgun snap. He throws, it is caught short of the first down, but Santana breaks a tackle, make that Josh Johnson, and he picks up the first down. The Bearcats could have had him about 3 yards short and failed to get Josh Johnson to the ground.
Yeah, very close to getting to Zach Smith that time too.
1st and 10 Tulsa at the Cincinnati 45. Another low snap handled. Here's a throw that is intercepted. picked off by Jarrell White, retreating in his own defense, and he intercepts Zach Smith at the 25-yard line.
Keelan Stokes was the intended receiver, and what Zach Smith did, he pump faked and looked to the sideline and then came back in the seam, and Jarrell White wasn't fooled at all, dropped right into that area, picked it off. The Bearcats get the football for their second time, this right on the 25-yard line.
Jarrell White, first team all-conference this year. He comes up with his second interception of the season, the fifth of his tremendous Bearcat career, and just like that, a nice-looking drive is thwarted by Jarrell White.
The way the Bearcats got very close to getting to Zach Smith that time a couple of different times. Smith did a nice job, but they were able to get close to him.
That gives the Bearcat defense a takeaway for the 19th consecutive game. That's the longest streak, active streak in college football. We'll take a timeout, 10:50 left in the first quarter. Cincinnati and Tulsa scoreless, and you're listening to the American Championship presented by U-Crate on News Radio 700 WLW. On Tulsa's opening drive, the Bearcats will have the ball at their own 25 as we check in with Tony Pike.
We talked earlier in the year on a Bearcats Insider episode on Jarrell White against Holton Ahlers for ECU. They were in zone coverage. The quarterback pumped and looked the other way, and in zone coverage as a quarterback, you're taught that you're going to pull the defense with you. Jarrell White does not bite for the pump fake again, as we see here tonight. When the quarterback, Zach Smith, turns around and thinks he's got a seam down the middle, Jarrell White is not even in his view. So again, staying with your lanes, not watching the quarterback's eyes, dropping to your zone, pays off in a big way again for the Bearcat defense.
So Cincinnati will have it at the 25-yard line. The Bearcats come out with one tight end, Bruno LaBelle, and three wide receivers. The running back lining up to the right of Desmond Ritter is Jared Dokes. Ritter in the gun on 1st and 10 from the 25. Fakes clapping his hands, sends a receiver in jet motion, and we've got contact before the snap.
I think the Bearcats were illegal procedure, jump, false start.
Jake Renfro never snapped the ball.
I think it's combination did. See who it's on.
Snap infraction. Offense number 56. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
So the true freshman center who has been so good, Jake Renfro, must have flinched.
Yeah, no doubt, because Tulsa jumped on it as well, so that explains the flinch there. And of course, Tulsa's pointing at Cincinnati, Cincinnati's pointing at Tulsa, but it goes on Renfro.
1st and 15 after the 5-yard penalty. Desmond Ritter appears to be changing the play or the protection. He's going to line up in a pistol now as he shifted Jared Dokes. It's a run to the left for Dokes, and he gets upended after a 1-yard pickup at the 21-yard line. Knocked head over heels by cornerback Allie Green.
That's Green again. That's the second big tackle he's made, and it looked like it was blocked well on the edge. Matter of fact, it was Zayvon Collins who was blocked. But Green came up very quickly and made that tackle. Now can the Bearcats take advantage of that quick reaction by the corners for Tulsa?
2nd down and 14 after the 1-yard run. Bearcats have 2 receivers out wide to the right, 1 tight to the formation to the left. Ritter back to throw. Excellent protection. Flings it deep down the right sideline.
Oh my goodness!
Catch by Alec Pierce.
Oh my
He was
goodness!
falling over backward. He caught it one-handed with his left hand, pulling it into his midsection for a 31-yard gain at the 48-yard line of Tulsa.
Wow, and while he was being assaulted by the corner on that side, Evans. Holy cow, what a catch by Alec Pierce.
So the Bearcats move into Tulsa territory on that 31-yard spectacular grab by wide receiver Alec Pierce. Ritter in the shotgun, hands in front of his chest. Catches the shotgun snap, quick throw, left seam, caught by Ja'Shawn Jackson and tackled at the 41-yard line of Tulsa. 7 yards on the quick pass.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Allie Green on that one as well. So he does close fast, but nice job by Jackson and hanging on to the football. Good throw by Ritter. Man, really nice throw. That's exactly what you want on 1st down, 6 yards.
They reposition the ball to the 42, so it is a 6-yard pickup. 2nd down and 4. Cincinnati with a 2-by-2 formation. Ball's on the left hash. Jerome Ford is checked in at running back. No score 1st quarter. Ritter gives it to Ford. Gaping hole up the middle. He's to the 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Bearcats! As Jerome Ford sprints 42 yards to the promised land.
He absolutely split 2 defenders. Tyneal Martin, the safety, and Evans, the corner. It looked like both of them had him, and he went through them like a hot knife through butter. Unbelievable. What, man, I tell you what, he's got another gear. He really does.
His 7th touchdown run of the year as Cincinnati's number 2 running back. Cole Smith in to attempt the extra point. Cincinnati has taken a 6-0 lead about 6 minutes into the game. Here comes the swing of the right leg. The kick is up and through, and the Bearcats go 75 yards to score, reaching the end zone on a 42-yard run by Jerome Ford. We'll take a timeout. 8:56 left. 1st quarter, 7-0 Cincinnati leads Tulsa. This is the American Championship presented by Ukraine on News Radio 700 WLW. A 42-yard run by Jerome Ford after a magnificent 31-yard one-handed catch by Alec Pierce, helping the Bearcats go 75 yards on 4 plays to take a 7-0 lead. Let's go down to Tony.
Huge momentum swing there with the defense. Felt like they were on the heels. They get the turnover. And then as we talk pregame, Zayvon Collins, for as good as he is, the UC coaching staff said they're the best. He's the best they've seen in moving side to side. They wanted to attack him physically at the line of scrimmage, and on that Jerome Ford touchdown, that is exactly what James Hudson did. Attacked him physically, got his hands on him, and that was a big lead into why that hole opened up, and then Jerome Ford was able to do the rest. But good physical play by James Hudson and the rest of the offensive line.
Yeah, he was was I was going to say a down lineman, but he played defensive end in his early years. Just such a big guy, 6'4", 6'5", some have him listed as, and around 260 pounds. But so he was playing with his hand on the ground sometimes, standing up sometimes, and they realized how versatile he is with his speed, so let's put him at linebacker. But the one thing, you're right, Tony, they go right at him. He's not great, particularly against 320-pound offensive linemen, 310-pound offensive linemen. But make no mistake, he's going to be in the NFL someday.
Someday soon. He's expected to be a first-round draft pick this year. Zaven Collins, who wears the number 23, was a high school quarterback, and as a kid, he was a gymnast. When he was 5 years old, he watched the Olympics, got transfixed watching the gymnastic competition, so he began his athletic career as a gymnast, and it would appear to have paid off. At his size, he's incredibly athletic. He leads the nation in interception return yardage this year at 260 pounds. That's unbelievable. Here comes the kickoff, and it's a new kickoff specialist for Cincinnati tonight. Alex Bales. His kick will be fair caught at the 2-yard line. Cole Smith apparently tweaked his hamstring at practice leading up to this game. Not so bad that he won't kick extra points or field goals. He made Cincinnati's extra point after the touchdown run by Ford. But just to try to prevent him from tweaking the hamstring even more, he will not kick off tonight. That will be handled by the redshirt freshman from Westfield, Indiana, a little bit north of Indianapolis, Alex Bales.
On the north of Carmel, and did a nice job there. And the good part is Cole Smith, his motion as well as how the distance he had on that extra point, he looked good. So I think that's a great idea with him a little bit, with his hamstring a little tweaked, to use this new kicker.
On 1st and 10, Tulsa tries to bounce a run out to the left, and Corey Taylor maneuvers around James Wiggins, trying to play with a sore calf, and now James is going to limp off the field and get replaced by Brian Cook. He did not look very good on that play. Corey Taylor ran for 7 yards. James will get some medical attention. Here's a run right up the gut for Corey Taylor, and he's going to pick up 8 more out to the 40-yard line for a Tulsa first down.
Yeah, Tulsa's adjustment so far is the Bearcats got close to Zach Smith on that first drive, the drive that was somewhat successful but ended in the Jarrell White interception. Now they're going to run the football. I mean, they'll mix it up here, but they feel like they can run the football on the Bearcats right now.
1st and 10 from the 40. Zach Smith with a zone read handoff to Corey Taylor, and this time Malik Van will stop him for a 2-yard loss at the 38-yard line. Let's talk about this Philip Montgomery offense a little bit. He used to be the offensive coordinator for Art Briles at the high school and college level. They call his offense the smash mouth spread, because what he does is he spreads out his wide receivers from sideline to sideline to force your defense to spread out, and then they run downhill right up the middle where there are fewer players available to tackle.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, that's when the spread offense first came, it's like just spread everybody out. Now everybody thinks when you hear spread offense, pass, pass, pass. Not these guys. Now they've had some misfortune at running back and lost some guys to injuries, but you know, Taylor's a good one, and they can go 3 deep when they're healthy, and they don't lose a step there, and they like running the football.
They expected to have one of the best running backs in the conference going into the season, Shamari Brooks, who ran for more than 1,000 yards last year and has 12 100-yard rushing performances in his career, but he hurt his knee before the season and has not been available all year. There's an injured player on that play, the right tackle, Chris Paul, no relation to the NBA star. He is a mammoth right tackle, 6'4", 331. He is walking off the field under his own power, but with a hitch in the giddy-up, and we'll see if he's able to come back into the game or not. 2nd down and 12 after the tackle for loss by Malik Van. Cincinnati playing with 3 down linemen right now. Marcus Freeman yelling some instructions out as Zach Smith gets ready for the shotgun snap. He has the ball. Here comes a blitz. He throws before getting hit by DeBlanco, and the crossing route is incomplete. Throwing it over the middle to Deneric Prince.
Wow. Nice piece of sportsmanship there. Now teasing. Got a Bearcat injured down on the about the 28-yard line. and he reached up to a Tulsa lineman walking by to help him get onto his feet.
Malik Van is the player that is seated back around the 28, and they're going to take a look at Malik.
And that was Dylan Couch who walked by him and kind of gave him the waved off at him. There's no way I'm picking you up, dude. Blanco with a nice job there. Dan, you mentioned the three-man front. He did a good job. So in that first drive I described, they were getting close to Zach Smith, and that one doesn't fall. That one's exactly the same. But DeBlanco did a great job of at least hesitating for a second. Nice little move by the three defensive linemen up there, and then DeBlanco took advantage of the fact that the offensive line was trying to figure out where these guys were going and found a spot and really got in Zach Smith's face very quickly.
Former Fairfield High School star Malik Van on his feet and walking toward the Bearcats sideline. Slight limp for Malik, not requiring any help from the training staff as he walks toward the medical tent. It's going to be 3rd down and 12 for Tulsa, the Golden Hurricane at the 38. Midway through the first quarter, it is 7-0 Cincinnati. If you are just tuning in, the Bearcats scoring on their second drive on a 42-yard run by Jerome Ford. Ford, just a sophomore, the transfer from Alabama, and averaging more than 6 yards per carry in his first year at Cincinnati.
And to describe that run that he had, great blocking at the point of attack. Tony described it well with James Hudson attacking Zavon Collins. And then it was all Ford. He just used sheer speed. You mentioned, he's a big guy to begin with, and he split the safety in the corner. And absolutely, he got by them so fast. They both thought they had him tackled, and they ran into each other and knocked each other down. So he was already on his way to the end zone by the time they knocked each other down. That's how quick he is.
While we have a break in the action, we'll remind you that Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies. That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So, what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. Mentioned that Tulsa has been a slow starting team this season. With that touchdown by Cincinnati, Tulsa has been outscored in the first quarter this year, 53-12. They've scored 12 first quarter points all season.
Well, I watched their Navy game and Tulane game pretty much all the way through, and they come out of the chute. They've looked better tonight than they did in either one of those games in the beginning of the game. I don't know if that might be a bad sign, because they finished strong in those games, but they didn't look good in the beginning. And even though Zach Smith's thrown an interception tonight, they appear to be functioning a little bit better offensively than I've seen them in the past.
Tulsa has 6 wins, and in 4 of the 6, they were down by at least 2 touchdowns, including a 21-point deficit early in the second quarter against SMU. They were trailing Tulane 14-0 going to the fourth quarter and won that game in overtime. Ready to go. It is 3rd down and 12. Zach Smith, senior quarterback, is ready for the shotgun snap. He's back to throw. Looking, throws, and it is caught by Juan Carlos Stanton for a first down at the Cincinnati 49-yard line.
Yep, nice read there by Zach Smith. And Santana did a nice job, just a zone coverage, and he found the window, just settled in there. Smith hit him right in the middle of the jersey. A little bit low, but at the same time.
It was a wobbly throw, but it reached its target. And Tulsa converts on 3rd down and 12. Golden Hurricane in Cincinnati territory. They have 3 receivers in a bunch out wide to the right. They run to the left, and Taylor will be grabbed from behind by Sauce Gardner and stopped after a 1-yard pickup.
And Dan, you mentioned how spread out they are. On the left hash mark, that play started. 3 wide receivers at the numbers on the right. I mean, so far away, which, as you mentioned, the idea behind it is that takes 3 players, or at least 2 out there, and a safety walking over that direction, and a linebacker walking that direction. Less people on the field.
Second down and 8 at the Cincinnati 47. Here's a quick throw out to the left sideline. Penalty flag down right there. Josh Johnson makes the catch and goes out of bounds at the 42.
An illegal formation on Tulsa? Something.
Prior to the snap, full start.
Okay.
Offense number 5. 5-yard penalty. Remains second down.
Yeah, I thought it had to do with Santana, but I thought maybe he lined up improperly, but they called him for moving. Maybe he was trying to get back to a spot, so that'll push it back to 2nd and 13.
And Tulsa back into its own territory at the 48. 40 degrees tonight here at Nippert Stadium. Most of the fans are bundled up. The players are not. Once they work up a sweat, they are not uncomfortable at 40 degrees. Smith back to throw. Bouncing in the pocket, under pressure, throws. His pass is incomplete. And he threw it into traffic. He was fortunate that it sailed between two Bearcat defenders. The intended receiver was Sam Crawford.
Yeah, nice job, too, by Sauce Gardner there. That's a situation when you can really unload on a guy. And he threw a shoulder into him, but he didn't use his head or his helmet, which would have certainly drawn a penalty.
Zach Smith with 1 interception so far tonight, his 7th of the year, his 31st career pick. He had 2 against Cincinnati last year here at Nippert Stadium. On 3rd down and long, Smith with time, now steps into a throw. It is incomplete. Would have been a little bit short of the first down. It was intended for Josh Johnson, covered by Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, Tulsa sideline erupts on that one, thinking that he got there a little prematurely, but no flag. And we see Tulsa's first punt of the day.
Lachlan Wilson is Tulsa's punter. Like James Smith, he is an Australian. Wilson, a 22-year-old redshirt freshman. Ryan Montgomery back at the 12-yard line to return for Cincinnati. Adam Higuera snaps it back. Here comes a line drive type punt. Ryan Montgomery's going to let it sail over his head, and it bounces into the end zone.
I'll tell you what, he did a nice job there of fooling everybody. I thought the punt was short, and he was coming up to get it, and so did the Tulsa kick team. They all followed him, and the ball hit at the 2-yard line and went into the end zone.
So the Bearcats are going to have it at the 20. Ball is placed on the left hash. Cincinnati leading 7-0, 5:51 left first quarter here at Nippert Stadium. And the Bearcats will send 2 receivers out to each side of the formation. Ritter in the gun with Jared Dokes to his left. Dez is ready, catches the snap from Renfro, fakes a handoff and runs to the right, sprinting toward the 25, gets tripped up by the feet, goes down after a 6-yard gain at the 26.
Yeah, nice tackle there by Reeves. Trevon Reeves, the outside linebacker, did a great job of bringing Desmond Ritter down there. He gets by that. He's clearly got the first down and probably a 15-yard gain.
Once again, they walk the ball back 1 yard to the 25, so it's 2nd down and 5 for Cincinnati. 3 down linemen for Tulsa. Ritter ready in the gun. Early movement, and penalty flags down all over the place as Cullen Wick came sprinting in.
Snap infraction. Offense number 56. 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
Renfro again from hitching the football. And we talked a little bit about the rustiness. That could be part of it. You know, you haven't been together for a long time. You haven't been with your quarterback who, you know, gives fake signals that try to draw the hard counts and things of that nature to try to draw the defense off sides. And Renfro hitched the ball, and it cost the Bearcats 5, 2nd and 10.
Tulsa has an excellent nose guard lining right up over the center, Jackson Player. On 2nd and 10, Ritter running the option to the left. He's at the 30, the 35. Zaven Collins peels off his helmet as Dez runs for 15 yards.
Yep. Ben Bryant needs to get in the game. Here he comes.
So Dez will be out for a play since his helmet came off. Mandatory in college football.
Unless there's a penalty on it, then they're allowed to stay in the game.
So Ben Bryant He's played sparingly this year. In on 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line. Now Jackson Player, the nose guard, slams into center Jake Renfro.
Yeah, I don't believe there was movement this time, as it's right about under our window. But, then again, I'm not sure.
On the last penalty that was called on Renfro, he was complaining to the officials about something that Jackson Player did.
Well, that's good for him to bring that up to the official. Here comes the call.
Offside. Defense number 12. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
12 is cornerback, Allie Green. So I don't know if Jackson Player saw him out of the corner of his eye and then slammed into Cincinnati center. Hard to say, but it's 1st and 5. Ben Bryant is going to stay in. Des Ritter has his helmet back on, but he's not back into the game yet. Here's an inside handoff to Dokes, wraps both arms around the ball, then picks up a couple, running toward the hash marks left. Ben Bryant exits. Desmond Ritter back in, and he's 2nd down and 3.
Ben Bryant, of course, entered his name into the transfer portal, and that's not a surprise by any means, but it's nice to have him here for the rest of the year.
And he is going to stay through the bowl game.
Yep.
He'll have 2 years of eligibility to play elsewhere. Very similar to Joe Burrow. Earned his degree in 3 years at Cincinnati with 2 years of eligibility left. Penalty flag down again. This one's going to be on Cincinnati.
Ball start. Offense number 87. 5-yard penalty.
Let's go down to Tony
second
Pike.
down.
The reason the UC players are reacting, I'm standing down on the field level, the Tulsa defensive line is screaming and jumping at different times, and you're not supposed to be able to simulate a snap in that fashion. So that's why you see the offensive lineman and Luke Fickle with a little question. Also, real quick, the alertness of Mike Denbrock when Ben Bryant went in. The defense knows you're going to run the ball, change up the snap count, you get an offside. Great move there by Mike Denbrock as well.
2nd and 8 after the 5-yard penalty on Cincinnati. Tucker goes in jet motion. They hand it off to Ford, and Ford plows forward to the 42-yard line for a 5-yard pickup. 3rd down and 3 coming up.
Back to that most recent false start on the Bearcats. Darius Harper was absolutely beside himself out there complaining to the officials. So Bearcats trying to figure out what's going on there. I think Tony had a great explanation, and you let the referees know they're not going to let Tulsa get away with it all the time.
3rd down and 3. Cincinnati at its 42. The Bearcats leading 7-0. 3 minutes to go, first quarter here at Nippert Stadium in the conference championship game. Shotgun snap. Ritter back to throw. Has time. Now scrambling. He throws. It is caught for a first down by Leonard Taylor, and he will be tackled at midfield. So Desmond Ritter extending the play. Protection was good initially. Nobody was open initially, so Des kind of moved in the pocket and then delivered a strike to Lenny Taylor.
Yeah, nice tackle by Trayvon Reeves there again. Taylor looked like he broke out of that tackle. He had a lot of running room, so nice tackle by Reeves. Nice job by Desmond Ritter. Really good pocket awareness there.
True freshman Tyler Scott checks in at wide receiver. He is a deep ball threat. He's out to the right. Tucker goes in jet motion. They give it to him, trying to sprint toward the right sideline, and he's crunched down after a 1-yard gain. Excellent pursuit to the sideline by nickel defender Christian Williams.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, a lot of woofing going on out there by Christian Williams, too. Got in Tucker's face. He got in a couple of people's different faces out there. Only a gain of 1, though.
2nd down and 9. The clock running with 1:51 left in the first quarter. Alec Pierce and Trey Tucker go out to the left. And the true freshman Tyler Scott from the Akron area out to the right. Ritter takes a direct snap, deep drop. He wants to throw it long. He's going to fire deep down the middle of the field. Alec Pierce is open, high points the ball, and pulls it down inside the 5-yard line. It'll be 1st and goal from the 3, a 45-yard strike to the high jumper Alec Pierce.
Number 12 on number 12. Number 12 on Tulsa side's Allie Green again. I've talked about him a lot tonight. Very aggressive, but Alec Pierce is the best I've seen at high pointing the ball.
The Bearcats line up quickly. They hand it off to Jared Dokes, trying to charge up the middle, and he is stopped for no gain at the 3-yard line.
Boy, this next play screams Desmond Ritter all the way. in reference to using his feet or an RPO. Let's see if they get Taylor and Wiley in the game.
They bring in 4 tight ends.
Yep.
So Bruno LaBelle, Josh Wiley, Leonard Taylor, and Cam Jones are all on the field.
Looks like a certain run, doesn't it? All that beef.
Now it's going to be a wildcat as Desmond Ritter splits out wide to the left. He'll snap it directly to Jared Dokes. He motions Josh Wiley, and Cincinnati will get penalized.
Well, that changes the call.
Offense number 58. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
Yeah, Harper, who I talked about before, mad at himself that time, although I think he's probably still saying, you know, they're doing things out there to make us jump, but that was all Darius Harper that time.
2 of the 4 tight ends come out. Alec Pierce and Michael Young return. Now it is 2nd and goal from the 8 after the Bearcats had it 1st and goal at the 3. Cincinnati trying to add to a 7-0 lead. We're down to 27 seconds to go in the first quarter. The clock is running. Ritter in the gun. Dokes to his right. Pierce goes in motion toward the formation. Ritter fakes a handoff, rolling right, looking, and throws it out of bounds.
Yeah, LaBelle fell down. He was going to be the primary receiver. It's one of those things where as a tight end to that side, you fake a block, or you can even fall down like you missed the block, or it was a bad block and then you get up, but he couldn't get back to his feet. So Ritter did the best thing, and boy, Philip Montgomery over there screaming at the official, thinking that should have been some sort of grounding or something. I don't know what he's complaining about, but he's out on the field at about the 20-yard line talking to the officials.
Got 14 seconds to go in the first quarter. 3rd down and goal from the 8 coming up.
And one thing about COVID this year, the team box, you can go all the way down to the 20-yard line.
Empty backfield, 5 receivers spread out for Cincinnati. Shotgun snap. Ritter back to throw, looking left, cocks the arm, throws toward the back left corner of the end zone. Incomplete, intended for Leonard Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor was there, a little bit overthrown, and I don't know that that was the best throw. Man, some woofing going on out there, big time. And I don't know that was the best option for Des Ritter that time.
So Cole Smith will come in and try to make it a 10-0 Bearcat lead with 8 seconds left in the first quarter. Bearcats had a 1st and goal at the 3 and unfortunately went backward. This will be a 25-yard attempt from the right hash for Cole Smith. Drilled 3 field goals in Cincinnati's last game, albeit 28 days ago. James Smith is the holder, puts it down. Cole Smith's kick on its way, and good. And Cincinnati leads Tulsa 10-0 with 5 seconds to go in the first quarter.
His leg looked good there. That wasn't all that far of a field goal, but he did a nice job. Again, his stroke looks great, and that ball almost went over the All-State net there in the back of the end zone. So nice job, Cole Smith.
That caps an 11-play, 72-yard scoring drive that took about 5.5 minutes off the clock. Cincinnati on top 10-0. 5 seconds left in the quarter.
Yeah, what a shame, though, Dan, to have the ball down there 1st and goal and to have it go backwards and have to go away with 3. I mean, you take the 3, nice job by Cole Smith, but at the same time, boy, that was a great catch by Alec Pierce again, and love to have that touchdown.
Alec Pierce with a 31-yard one-handed catch on Cincinnati's first scoring drive and a 45-yard skywalking catch on Cincinnati's second scoring drive. So 2 catches, 76 yards in the first quarter for Alec Pierce. Alex Bales kicks off. This is a short, spinning, end-over-end kick. It's taken at the 10-yard line. Stokes running it back. He's to the 25, and Hicks greets him at the 25 and brings him down around the 28.
I don't think Tulsa saw the fact that Cincinnati pre-game was going to have a different kickoff specialist, because they automatically took a fair catch on the first one and it only hit about the 5. And in this case, now that they know there's a different guy in there, Stokes is going to run those back.
We have reached the end of the first quarter. The score, 10-0 Cincinnati. You're listening to the American Championship game presented by Ukrate on News Radio 700 WLW. team leading Tulsa 10-0. Things are not going as well for the Bearcat basketball team so far tonight. It's halftime at Georgia, and the Bulldogs lead Cincinnati 49-26. Cincinnati 2 for 17 from outside the arc and 0 for 6 from the free throw line. But football team is leading 10-0 in the American Championship game as we check back in with Tony Pike.
Through all the penalties in that first quarter, the mishaps, UC finds himself up 10-0, but this is kind of the script that you would expect if you followed along Tulsa all season. Dan, you mentioned the games where they've come from behind, double-digit deficits. For UC, this is where you distinguish that this is a different type of animal. Your defense is different. Come out on this drive, don't allow Tulsa to get anything going, and if the offense can pick back up where they left off, you start to create that doubt in the team across from the other sideline. So a huge drive with a 10-point lead, because this is when Tulsa starts to get things clicking. So big opportunity here for the defense.
Cincinnati outgained Tulsa in the first quarter, 171-68.
Two most penalized team in the American, too. Cincinnati second from the last at 77 yards a game. Tulsa dead last at 88 yards a game. And yeah, you're right, Tony. I mean, it's been kind of a running joke when you watch them. You watch Tulsa on television this year. Okay, it's the second quarter. Here they come. They're going to come to life.
Tulsa has it 1st and 10 at the 28. Zach Smith with a handoff. This is the wide receiver, Keelan Stokes. He lined up in the backfield as one of two backs on either side of the quarterback, so they tried to put it in his hands as a runner, and Keelan Stokes is able to run out to about the 34 for a 6-yard gain.
Yeah, nice little 6-yard gain there on a counter play with Stokes getting the handoff, so a little bit of a little different play there for Tulsa.
Two receivers right, including Stokes, one out to the left. Here's a handoff, and Corey Taylor is going to try to bounce it out to the left, and he's very close to a Tulsa first down. It looks like he's got the 4 yards and the first down.
Yep, he got it. No hesitation there. They give it to him.
Tulsa's starting right tackle is not back in the game. He left with an injury in the first quarter, so they're on a second stringer. Here's a Wildcat snap directly to Keelan Stokes. Again, they put the wide receiver in the backfield, and this time he's popped at the line of scrimmage by Darian Beavers.
Yeah, Beavers there, and DeBlanco as well, but nice job by Beavers. It officially looks like a lot. Now they're going to call it no gain. So.
No gain on the play. It's 2nd and 10 at the 38.
Jaden Muskrat, a true freshman, has taken over at right tackle for Tulsa. Little Muskrat love. 2nd down and 10 from the 38. Low snap, caught by Smith, hands it off. Taylor trying to run through a crease left side. He does, as DeBlanco is unable to make an ankle tackle. It's going to be a first down run for Corey Taylor as he picks up 13 to the Cincinnati 49.
Yeah, back-to-back first downs there, and Tulsa now feeling that they've got Cincinnati a little bit back on their heels. Going tempo here.
42 rushing yards on 8 carries for Corey Taylor. Now a play-action fake and a throw. It is caught. Crawford with the catch. He'll be knocked down by Kobe Bryant, but it's going to be another 12-yard pickup and a Tulsa first down.
Yep. They're feeling it now, and man, it's interesting how they struggle in the beginning and then all of a sudden they come to life.
Zach Smith 5 for his first 10 with an interception by Jarrell White. He's in the gun. Taylor to his right. It's a handoff to Taylor. Big hole opens up right up the middle. Brian Cook makes the tackle at the 29-yard line. 8 more yards for Corey Taylor. He's up to 50.
Tulsa not going to take the foot off the pedal right now. Although they make a substitution here.
Corey Taylor will come
go
out.
out. Yeah.
Deneric Prince will check in. We've got a timeout called. An injured player down for Cincinnati. It's Jarrell White. We'll take a break while they attend to Jarrell White. The score is 10-0 Cincinnati. 12:41 left in the half. This is the American Championship game presented by U-Crate on News Radio 700 WLW. Now he is crouching on the sideline, so he's going to be out for at least a play. We mentioned earlier that James Wiggins entered the game with a strained calf. He tried to play, but eventually limped off the field. I don't think we're going to see him again, so Bearcats are missing, at least at the moment, a first-team All-League safety in James Wiggins, a first-team All-League linebacker in Jarrell White, although it does look like Jarrell will be back in shortly. And trying to slow down a Tulsa offense that's running the ball very effectively. They have runs of 13, 12, 8, 8, and 7 in the first half.
Yeah, 55 yards total on the ground, 56 through the air. So balanced, not a lot of offense, but we're just barely into the second quarter. And they've done a nice job of moving the football this drive.
Ty Van Fossen is going to replace Jarrell White, at least for a play.
You know, one thing that I've noticed tonight, and I don't know if it's because of the layoff or Tulsa, the Bearcats don't seem to be tackling as well tonight. That's something they've been strong at all year, and they're letting people break tackles on them.
Cincinnati got Elijah Ponder back for the game tonight after he had to miss the UCF game.
Should be named to the Hula Bowl today, post-game or postseason game.
And they will play that in Hawaii. Here's a handoff to a new running back, Prince. He's down to the 26. And that's going to give Tulsa another first down. So the Golden Hurricanes started at their own 28. They've driven to the Cincinnati 26 where they have a first down. The Bearcats leading 10-0 early second quarter.
Yeah, first time we've seen Prince, and he's in the top 10 in the conference in rushing, so they do have some versatility at running back.
He missed the Navy game. That was the last time Tulsa played. Quarterback Zach Smith in the gun, catches the snap, hands it off to Prince. Nailed by Jarrell White, who's back into the game after missing one play. No gain on the run for Deneric Prince.
Another Bearcat down. Getting up, though, and ready to go. Replaced.
That was Jabari Taylor who heads to the sideline. Marcus Brown will check in. Marcus named second team all-conference.
Curtis Brooks in there as well.
Second down and 10 for Tulsa at the Cincinnati 26. Joel DeBlanco showing blitz as he was creeping up.
Yep, and then that's a signal to look to the sideline, see if you want to change the play.
Zach Smith catches the shotgun snap, fakes a handoff, looking left, cocks the arm, throws. It's too high.
Yeah, way high.
At the 12-yard line, intended for Josh Johnson, guarded by Arquan Bush.
Guarded Curtis Brooks down at the 30-yard line with two Golden Hurricane offensive linemen on top of him trying to get up. They weren't going to let him up. Referees step in. Here we go, 3rd and 10. It's a big play here.
Tulsa will send 3 receivers out to the wide side left. 1 receiver out to the right. The running back is Deneric Prince. He's in the backfield to the right of the quarterback.
2
Play
seconds.
clock down to 1. Tulsa didn't snap it in time. Penalty flags down.
It cost them 5, I believe. Offensive linemen started backing out as they could see the play clock, knowing that it was coming down. Or are they going to call this on Cincinnati?
Prior to the penalty, first charge timeout for Tulsa.
Yeah, see, it's good to have a crowd back.
Timeout.
Crowd booing that they allowed that to happen, the referees. So the offensive line, they're looking in play clock in the closed end zone, and they see it's 0 or down to 1, and they're pulling out of there thinking Zach Smith's going to get the play going, and they backed out of there. But fortunately for Tulsa, Philip Montgomery or his offensive staff had called a timeout prior to the penalty.
Montgomery in his 6th year as the head coach at Tulsa. Luke Fickell has spoken very highly of him, both as a coach and as a person in previous years. Philip Montgomery probably needed a good year. Last 3 years, Tulsa's gone 4-8, 3-9, 2-10. But they've turned it around in a big way this year, 6-1 going into the game tonight. Third down and 10 at the Cincinnati 26. Shotgun snap. Smith from the pocket throws it left and threw it short. Might have been tipped at the line of scrimmage. Pass is incomplete, intended for Keelan Stokes.
I gave the signal that it was tipped, but I don't know that it was. But it was that bad of a pass, it looked like it. I thought maybe they were going to go for it on fourth down. It's a long field goal try. Not long, but long enough. It'll be about a 47-yarder. Oh, I take that back, 43-yarder.
The holder is a wide receiver and the coach's son, Cannon Montgomery, so he would be a threat for a fake. The kicker is good, though. Zach Long, second team all-league this year. This is a 43-yard try. The snap, the put down, and the kick. Plenty of distance, and that kick is good. So Tulsa's on the scoreboard, and Cincinnati's lead is down to 7. We'll take a timeout. 11:08 left in the half. Cincinnati 10 and Tulsa 3. Listening to Bearcat football presented by Ukrate on News Radio 700 WLW.
To be here at the games. And you think about the year that these guys are having, or nobody really got to see it other than listen to us on the radio or watching it on television. And it's certainly that's a nice way to see it, but being here is so different. And it's great that they at least get to experience this one.
If the Bearcats win tonight, they will almost certainly be the group of 5 teams selected to play in what's known as a New Year's 6 bowl game. Those are the 6 most prestigious bowls. Most people seem to think that the group of 5 team that makes the New Year's 6 bowls will go to the Peach Bowl this year. There are 3 possibilities. You could go to the Fiesta, the Cotton, or the Peach. The group of 5 team went to the Cotton Bowl last year. That was Memphis. To the Fiesta Bowl the year before, that was UCF. So as a result, most people seem to think that team would go to the Peach Bowl this year, and that would be quite an opportunity for Cincinnati. A big payday, a big name opponent would be the Georgia Bulldogs. That game would be played on New Year's Day, so you would not have the normal long wait for the bowl game. You'd be playing that game in about 2 weeks.
Yep, 12:30 kick.
Here comes the kickoff, a high spinning end-over-end kick. Tucker catches at the 12. Running toward the near side numerals at the 25, the 30, gets tripped up and then goes flying forward out to the 33-yard line.
Yeah, again, a good start, good drive start for Cincinnati because of Tucker. Again, that time he was tackled last time he got tripped by one of his own guys. In this particular case, a defender did knock him down. That ball looked like they were going to put it at the 35, but they bring it back to the 33.
Cincinnati up 10-3. 11:04 left second quarter. The Bearcats will come out in a pistol formation with Jerome Ford lining up behind Desmond Ritter. Ritter catches the snap, turns right, hands it off. Ford running right up the middle, and he will be knocked down by Jackson Player after a 1-yard gain.
Yeah, nothing much there, and that's the body blows that Luke Fickell likes to refer to, that, okay, so we only gained 1 yard. We're going to stay with this, and then sooner or later you wear that defense down, and those 1-yard gains break into 10-yard gains, 15-yard gains, and so forth.
Jackson Player, listed at 6 feet tall, 290 pounds. I think he's shorter and heavier.
Oh, yeah.
Second down and 9 for the Bearcats. Desmond Ritter under center, stomps his foot, sends Tucker in motion, fakes a handoff, bootlegs right, looking to throw, fires toward the sideline, and it's incomplete. A little bit low for Michael Young. It'll be 3rd down and 9.
Yeah, definitely bootleg, roll in the pocket all the way there that time, and Young was open. Nice little out route that he ran out there, and but Ritter threw too far, and Young couldn't make the catch.
It has been rainy. Ball's a little bit slick. Very, very light rain falling at the moment. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Shotgun snap. Ritter under pressure, and he loses the football. It's recovered by Tulsa. Jackson Player has the football as Desmond Ritter got stripped from behind, and the nose tackle Player recovered at the Cincinnati 28-yard line.
Sure did. Pressure got to Ritter, ball stripped out of his hand, and there's where Tulsa, again, the second quarter where they start to come to life, and the defense gets to Ritter that time. He was looking deep and couldn't find anybody. Tried to get out of the pocket, and that's when the ball was stripped away from him. You don't want to let this team hang around. You really don't.
So it'll be a great drive start for the Golden Hurricane. They'll get the ball to Cincinnati 28 after the fumble by Desmond Ritter.
See how they approach this. If they want to pick up where they left off last time, sticking to the run and trying to run the ball down Cincinnati's throat, or do they go to the sudden change and shoot for the end zone here?
Fumble was forced by Cullen Wick. Came on a pass rush from behind, knocked the ball away from Desmond Ritter. From the Bearcat 28, it's a handoff to Corey Taylor, started left, cuts it back to the right. Safety Brian Cook brings him down at the 24.
Yep, nice job by Brian Cook. However, still too much yardage at the line of scrimmage. The Bearcat defensive front really not there right now.
Second down and 6 at the Cincinnati 24. Another handoff to Corey Taylor. Runs right through the arm tackle of Joel DeBlanco. Makes it to the Cincinnati 17 for a 7-yard gain and another first down.
Again, a little bit quick tempo here for Tulsa, getting the plays called quickly. Cincinnati looking to the sideline to see what defense they're going to run. Still 3 guys in the front line, or 3 down linemen.
11 carries, 61 yards so far for Corey Taylor. Here's a pass to the left, caught by the tight end, spins away from one tackle, but not from a second, as he's brought down in between the 13 and the 14-yard line. The catch made on that play by Ethan Hall, just his 3rd catch of the year.
Yeah, nice job by Arquan Bush over there, not allowing him to gain much yardage after he caught the ball.
Second down and 7 at the Bearcat 14-yard line. Here's a run to the right for Taylor. Grabbed by Brown and then pulled down at the 10-yard line. A 4-yard run. Big 3rd down and 3 play coming up.
Yeah, still too much. You're not used to seeing Cincinnati give up this kind of yardage up the gut.
Tulsa averaging 4.7 yards per run so far. Here's a handoff to Corey Taylor. He will sprint straight into the end zone. Barely touched on his way there. Well, and Tulsa has the opportunity to tie the game.
They caught Cincinnati napping. The Bearcats were absolutely just getting back to their defensive positions, and the play was already going. Everybody was standing up. And just give Tulsa some credit. They found a way to exploit the Cincinnati defense, and they stayed with it. And they scored. And they, like you said, Dan, they're an extra point away from tying it.
Zach Long ready to kick. A 20-yard attempt from the middle of the field. The snap, the put down, and the kick. Had a bit of a side spin to it, but it is good, and Tulsa takes advantage of the Desmond Ritter fumble and ties the game at 10. We have a timeout on the field, 8:36 remaining in the half. 10-10 the score. You're listening to the American Championship, presented by U-Crate on News Radio 700 WLW.
Unknown coming in, especially on the offensive side of the ball. We've seen the timing has been off with the pre-snap penalties. And then a couple series ago, the Bearcats, the 10-0 lead, said it was a big drive for the defense to shut down Tulsa. All of a sudden, 10-10, this becomes a huge drive for the Cincinnati Bearcats offense. You got to start finding that rhythm. Start to look at the clock, 8:36 left. Tulsa gets the ball coming out. This is a big spot for this Bearcat offense and Desmond Ritter.
All right, thank you, Tony. We know when Cincinnati scores a touchdown, the player that scores it gets to bang the touchdown drum 6 times, that drum with a big 6 painted on the side. And the Bearcats have a takeaway on defense. They get to dunk a basketball or dunk the football in a basketball net behind the bench. Tulsa's celebration, which is the same for big plays on offense or defense this year, is called the Juju hat. It is a blue and gold Panama hat with a red feather, and Corey Taylor, who just scored that 10-yard touchdown, was rocking the Juju hat on the Tulsa sideline.
Yes, he was. Every team seems to have their own little unique way of doing it, although I've seen some of them that are very similar to each other. The bling around the neck and things of that nature you see quite often.
Yeah, the dunking the football basketball net was stolen. Other teams have done that.
That's one that I've seen a few other times as well. But Tony's so right. This is a critical drive for Cincinnati. You could feel the momentum swing with Tulsa right now.
Here comes the kickoff from Zach Long. A high spinning end over end kick. This one will be taken by Ryan Montgomery at the 14. Runs to the 25, has a blocker in front at the 35, the 40, and he gets slammed out of bounds after crossing the 40. Be an excellent drive start for Cincinnati. They mark Ryan out at the 45-yard line.
Yeah, nice job by Ryan Montgomery. They tried to keep the ball away from Trey Tucker. Montgomery fielded it, and instead of coming back to the center or wherever the return was, he goes, you know what, I'm just going to go straight up the sideline. Did a nice job. You mentioned he had a blocker out in front of him. And the Bearcats cannot waste these nice drive starts that they're getting. So this is one they've got to take advantage of and get some points.
Desmond Ritter 5 for 9 thus far for 99 yards. On 1st and 10, it's a handoff. Dokes trying to run left, and there's nowhere to go. He's tackled after picking up a few inches. He's 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, they're not getting anything at all up the gut, and they've had a little bit of success getting to the edge. Ritter on one play, Dokes on one play, and of course the touchdown by Ford was off tackle, but running game right now struggling.
2nd down and 10. The Bearcats at their own 45 in a tie game with 7:59 left in the half. Shotgun snap. Ritter was ready to throw, and there's a penalty flag down.
Yeah, I think that was Hudson.
Correction. Delay of game. Defense. Number 30 for disconcerting signals. 5-yard penalty.
So there you go.
Second down.
So delay a game, you're thinking, how can the defense have a delay a game? They're not the ones snapping the ball. We talked earlier about the Bearcats saying that Tulsa's doing some things out there to make Cincinnati jump, and that's exactly what happened. And Philip Montgomery trying to get, that call came from the linesman on his side trying to get an explanation.
You can make calls to reposition your defense. You cannot try to simulate the snap.
That's correct.
So the Bearcats get an easy 5 yards on the penalty. It's 2nd and 5. Ritter hands it off to Dokes again, trying to run between the hash marks. And other than the long run by Ford, it's not working. A 2-yard gain for Jared Dokes.
Yeah, not at all, Dan. And it's easy to see from up here or say from up here. Ritter hangs onto that ball on the zone read. He's got lots of green in front of him, but you don't know what he's seeing and how the defensive end's reacting.
Trayvon Reeves made the tackle and then got into a war of words with Darius Harper. 3rd down and 3 at the Tulsa 48. 2-by-2 formation for UC. Jay-Sean Jackson motions toward the formation. Ritter back to throw, and he gets sacked. Trayvon Reeves coming on a blitz from the edge. He's an outside linebacker. He was unblocked, and he sacks Desmond Ritter.
Well, we saw that in the beginning. They were going to send guys off the edge, corners, linebackers, safeties, and they catch Cincinnati there. No backside protection. Ritter couldn't see it coming, was looking to his left, and Cincinnati will be forced to punt.
Two Bearcats blocked the same guy, and the right tackle looked like Darius Harper would have been the person that would have had a shot at blocking Reeves coming from the edge. James Smith into punt. 2nd punt of the day, and the play is blown dead.
Delay a game.
Delay of game. Offense. 5-yard penalty. Remains 4th down. By rule, the clock will start on the snap.
Man, the Bearcats just killing themselves right now. Mental mistakes, and again, a lot of it, I believe, is attributed to the long layoff. Not trying to make excuses at all. I believe that's what's caused a lot of it.
James Smith is ready. Keelan Stokes back around the 15-yard line to return. Snap is shoulder high. Here comes the left-footed punt. Good looking punt. Fair catch signal given. Stokes makes the catch at the 17-yard line. 46 yards, no return. And Tulsa will have a long field when we come back. 6:09 left in the half. Tulsa with the ball in a tie game. Golden Hurricane with 10 consecutive points. 10-10 is the score. This is the American Championship game presented by Ukraine on News Radio 700 WLW. First half as we go down to Tony.
If you watched any college football today, especially the Ohio State game, watch Justin Fields, who a lot of people have as the number 2 quarterback and the number 2 overall draft pick, struggled mightily. You come off a long layoff, as the Cincinnati Bearcats have for 28 days. There's just something to the timing. You saw Des Ritter before the layoff, very comfortable, when to pull it, when to hand the ball off, making quick reads. He's a half-second slow right now, and you're seeing the Tulsa defense start to get home. So, got to speed that up just a little bit, find that rhythm defensively as much as I could with COVID rules, listening to Greg Scruggs the defensive line coach for the Bearcats over the last break, imploring his defensive line, the front four, to get off of blocks. He feels like they're just sticking on the offensive line, and Tulsa's getting to the second level way too easy on the running game.
All right, Tony, thank you. Justin Fields wasn't great today, but Trey Sermon was, setting a new Ohio State rushing record and a Big Ten rushing record. 331 rushing yards in that game, nearly all of them in the second half. It was amazing.
Quite a game. A couple of long runs that really got Ohio State out of the shadow of their goal line and put them in really nice shape. So running game working big time.
Eddie George had the Ohio State record. I believe he had a 315-yard rushing performance as a Buckeye, and Trey Sermon topped it today. So Ohio State is in. Clemson is in after beating Notre Dame today. Alabama would be in with a win tonight over Florida and might be in anyway.
Yeah, I think even with a loss there, I agree with you.
Then it gets interesting. Notre Dame still in after losing by 24 points to Clemson. Did Texas A&M make a strong enough case by beating a not very good Tennessee team today?
I don't know. All I'm worried about is Cincinnati beating Tulsa right now.
That's what I should be worried about as well. I didn't mention Cincinnati in running down that list. Unfortunately, just being realistic about it, even if the Bearcats wind up winning and winning handily tonight, the bias against non-Power 5 schools is ridiculous.
Yeah, you're not going to jump 4 spots, 5 spots.
1st and 10 for Tulsa from the 16-yard line. Here's an inside handoff, and Prince gets knocked down hard at the 20 by Joel DeBlanco. 4 yards on the run.
Still, again, 4 yards, you know, that's okay, but man, what you're seeing are huge gaping holes that, in this particular case, Prince is running through, at least to start. I mean, they finished well. Same with Corey Taylor. Again, he's not really being hit until he's 3 or 4 yards down the field.
It's 88 rushing yards so far for Tulsa, and Malik Vann is injured on the play. Second time tonight that Malik has had to have the training staff come out and take a look.
That was the other thing Coach Fickle warned against, that with the big layoff, you know, and these appear to be, I'm watching Malik Vann walk to the sideline holding his head. These appear to be Fickle was concerned about hamstrings and things of that nature,
right,
and just not being in football shape. That appears to be like he just got knocked in the head, and I think he'll be back. But at the same time, you just wonder how much the injuries themselves as well, how much the layoff is contributing to those injuries.
Right, and it's not the 28-day layoff between games. It's the fact that they had to completely shut down football for nearly 2 weeks until they had total control of the COVID situation. On 2nd down and 6, Smith throws and threw it behind the intended receiver, Juan Carlos Santana. If it was a back shoulder throw, wasn't very close to the shoulder.
Yeah.
Now it's 3rd down and 6.
I thought he was going to Josh Johnson, who was wide open on the quick slant. He back shouldered it to Santana. And it's a big 3rd down here. It's also 3 out of 5 on the day. 3rd downs, well above their seasonal average.
Smith just 6 for 14 thus far. He has 1 interception. Jarrell White picked him off on Tulsa's opening drive. 3 receivers in a tight cluster out to the left, 1 receiver out to the right. Smith back to throw. Here comes a blitz. Gets rid of the ball. It's incomplete. Jarrell White was all over him, and the Bearcats will force Tulsa to punt deep from its own territory.
Yeah, I love that look right there. 7 guys on the line of scrimmage. You know, some of them are playing coverage, but some are coming. And Jarrell White was the guy lined up over a tight end and wasn't going to cover that tight end at all. And, man, he just did a great job of getting in Zach Smith's face and making him throw the ball away.
Lachlan Wilson will punt. Ryan Montgomery waiting at the Bearcat 35. So Cincinnati expects to get a good drive start here in a 10-10 tie with 5:37 left in the second quarter. Lachlan ready, catches the long snap, puts his right foot into the ball. Josh Wiley came close to blocking it, might have gotten a piece. Bounces near the 50, and Tulsa gets lucky because it bounces and rolls forward for an extra 15 yards.
Sure did get lucky. That thing rolled forever on not a very good punt.
44 yards. was the end result. Do you think Wiley got a piece?
I don't know if he got it. He was definitely there, and I think he affected it. If he got it, you know, we'll have to watch the replay, but he was right there and did a great job of not creating any contact with the leg of the punter.
He looked like an Olympic swimmer with the start off the board. He was laid out, arms stretched out, as he avoided the punter's foot. So the Cats have it 1st and 10 at their own 36. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Shotgun snap to Desmond. Fakes the handoff, rolls right, wants to throw. His pass is incomplete. He threw it into the sideline as he got tackled as soon as he released the ball by second-team All-League linebacker Justin Wright.
Yeah, it was the RPO, which they've run so successfully so in the last 3 or 4 games and to the tight end, and boy, it just looked out of sync there, big time.
2nd and 10. The Cats at their own 36. Bearcats have 99 passing yards, 60 rushing yards. Most of those rushing yards on a 42-yard run. 2nd and 10. Ritter is going to run a quarterback draw. He's up to the 40 and makes it up to about the 42-yard line. A 6-yard pickup by Dez, making it 3rd down and 4.
Yeah, not bad. Good job that time by Dez of fighting for extra yards. Big 3rd and 4 here. Bearcats only 1 of 5 on 3rd downs today. They came in at over 50%, and they're at 20% today. So Tulsa's defense, which is a good one, doing a great job of stopping the Bearcats on 3rd down.
Trayvon Reeves made the tackle there. He had the sack on the previous Cincinnati possession. Tucker goes in jet motion, runs in front of the quarterback. Ritter takes the shotgun snap against a 4-man rush. Short pass, caught by Alec Pierce. He's to the 50, the Tulsa 45 for a 1st down, and knocked out of bounds at the 43-yard line by Caleb Evans.
Yeah, nice job by Alec Pierce. Great patience that time by Des Ritter. I love the crossing routes. These guys are very good at it, and this time, nice job by Alec Pierce. And Ritter waiting for him to come open. 90 yards on the 3 catches for Alec Pierce so far today.
14 yards on that play on 3rd down and 4. So the Cats have a 1st and 10 at the 43 of Tulsa. 4 minutes to go in the half. Tied at 10. Ritter hands it off to Dokes, trying a wide run to the right. Does a spin move, then accelerates down to the Tulsa 36. Great run for a 7-yard gain by Jared Dokes.
That was all Jared Dokes that time. The blocking, again, not great there at the point of attack. But Dokes did a spin to break that run, the first tackle, and then once he got beyond the line of scrimmage into the 2nd level, did a nice job of maneuvering through there. Gives the Bearcats a 2nd and 3.
Bearcats trying to be smart about the clock now. Taking their time with 3.5 minutes to go in the 2nd quarter in a 10-all tie. 2nd down and 3 at the Tulsa 36. Pierce goes in motion. He'll line up to the right. 2 receivers out to the wide side left. Ritter back to throw. He's going to fling it deep. Pierce wide open. Touchdown! Bearcats! Desmond Ritter to Alec Pierce, who is taking Tulsa apart in the 1st half.
He sure is, Dan. Absolutely phenomenal. A nice job by Ritter. The offensive line, who we've talked a little bit about today, not doing a great job of run blocking. Did a great job there pass blocking on the last 2 plays. Nobody getting close to Ritter. And Alec Pierce with an outstanding route fires, and Desmond Ritter fires a strike to him for the touchdown.
What a half for Alec Pierce. 4 catches, 126 yards already, including 3 that have gone for more than 30 yards. The extra point by Cole Smith. It is good, and Cincinnati is back in front by 7, 17-10.
So you mentioned 2 plays ago, the Bearcats taking their time. However, you'll take a quick score, and let's see if that revitalizes the defense as well. Nice job by Alec Pierce, and nice job by Des Ritter. Really well done.
Alec Pierce, who has battled a couple of different injuries this year. Lower body injury in the preseason, then a shoulder injury during the season. He certainly looks healthy now, and he has been remarkable in the 1st half. 4 catches, $126, including that 36-yard touchdown.
Once again, the offensive line doing a great job of protection on that drive for Ritter.
Alex Bales getting ready to kick it off.
Bearcats will take it away from the 35-yard line.
Alex was the kicker and punter for his high school team. 29 of his kickoffs as a high school senior, 29 out of 34 were touchbacks. So he does have a strong enough leg. Here comes his kick. Launches it extremely high, close to the sideline, and it goes out of bounds. So that's a penalty on Cincinnati, and it'll give Tulsa the ball at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, love directional kicks, but you got to keep the ball in bounds. And that's a good drive start now for Tulsa at the 35 with 3:17 to go.
Tulsa won the toss and elected to defer, so the Golden Hurricane with an opportunity for back-to-back possessions if they're able to use the clock wisely in the final 3:17 here in the half.
Well, that's where the Cincinnati defense has to really start playing better. Not that they've given up a ton of yards, but really gave Tulsa some momentum, particularly in the running game. I don't think that Zach Smith has been particularly dazzling with his arm today, but the running game's worked really well for Tulsa.
Yeah, you're right about Smith. He's completing 40% of his passes so far, 6 out of 15 for just 58 yards. He'll hand it off on 1st and 10. Taylor hit by Brown and tackled after a 2-yard run.
A flag comes in, and I mean a flag. It went straight into the ground on Myjai Sanders. Was the Bearcat involved? I believe it's going to be a hold or something of that nature here.
After the play is over, personal foul, unnecessary roughness, offense number 73. 15-yard penalty, down count.
Oh, he's mad.
Second down.
That's the guy that wouldn't pick Malik Van up off the ground also. That would be Dylan Couch.
Do you think that's a case where the official noticed the retaliation?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, but he's extremely mad, and Cincinnati's getting warned right now. So if it continues, Cincinnati will get reciprocated on the penalty. So I'll have to watch Sanders on this one, and Arquan Bush was involved in that one as well.
Ball gets backed up to the 23.
Not to mention Philip Montgomery's got a vein popping out of his neck. He is really upset over there.
The second down and 22 after the penalty.
The good part is the clock's continuing to run.
Down to 2 minutes and 58 seconds to go in the half. Cincinnati leading by 7. Zach Smith catches the shotgun snap. Quick throw. It is almost intercepted by Jarrell White. He threw it behind Josh Johnson. Johnson reached back to try to make a one-handed, right-handed catch and deflected the ball in the direction of Jarrell White, who almost had his second INT.
Yeah, it would have been his second pick six of the year as well. His first INT earlier this year was a pick six. And wow, very close, so close. Big third down here, long way to go. Just don't let them get the first down.
Now the Bearcats might get the ball back with enough time to score again. Penalty flag
Offside,
down. Looks like Cincinnati jumped. Free play, pass over the middle, incomplete for Josh Johnson, who would have been short of the first down.
Yeah, but now they're going to get another shot at it, and I like the fact that Tulsa went for it on that, being
Offside.
a long.
Defense number 93. 5-yard penalty. Repeat. Third down.
Kind of a long dig route or a post route where if they do make the catch, they give the opportunity for the receiver to run maybe 5 yards and pick up the first down. So that 5 yards hurts a little bit. Got to play better defense on this play.
Third down and 17. Tulsa at its own 28. Two deep safeties for the Bearcats. The corners retreat as well. They'll allow a short catch and then look to make the tackle well short of the sticks. That's what Tulsa elects to do. Play clock down to 6. Empty backfield, 5 wides. Play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Sanders whiffs. Smith rolling right, looking to throw. His pass short of the intended receiver, Keelan Stokes. And Myjai Sanders was able to put a hit at the end of the play on Zach Smith.
Yeah, you know what? And Jarrell White was there as well, Dan, but they were both legal hits. They had an opportunity to really lower the boom on Zach Smith, and they didn't. They just grabbed him, and they did take him to the ground, yes. But not roughing the passer, nothing like that, nothing flagrant by any means.
So Tulsa only used about 30 seconds of clock on that possession, and the Bearcats have a chance to get the ball back with about 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, when I said the clock's running, I wasn't counting on the Bearcats getting the ball back right away.
Bearcats have all of their timeouts remaining. Here comes the punt. Montgomery makes a fair catch at the 31-yard line. It's a 42-yard punt, no return. So the Cats will have it at their own 31. 2:27 on the clock. 3 timeouts to work with.
Absolutely. That's the one thing about Coach Fickle and the entire staff. Their clock management is unbelievable. I can't tell you how many times in the 4 years that he's been here where they go into the locker room at halftime with 3 timeouts. So in this case, where they've got 70 yards to go, I think they've got an opportunity to get another touchdown, and they may need those to use those timeouts.
A lot of speed on the field for Cincinnati. Tyler Scott is in. Trey Tucker is in. The running back is Ford. He lines up as a receiver. Here's a short pass. It's caught by Tucker. Loses the ball. Scooped up by Wright of Tulsa. And the Golden Hurricane is going to have it near the Cincinnati 35-yard line.
Boy, they got down in Tucker's face over there on the sideline too, but what a shame. That nice play, love the call, get it in the speed guy's hands, and then he gets hit hard and the ball pops out. So another turnover for the Bearcats. That hurts. Now all of a sudden Tulsa's got the ball back in great field position.
Christian Williams just reached out with one hand and knocked the ball away from Trey Tucker. He lost it before really being hit. He was just running upfield, and a defensive back to his side reached out with one hand and just peeled the ball away. Tulsa has it at the Cincinnati 34. Second fumble in the first half for UC. Smith in the gun, a player on either side. They hand it off to Stokes, the wide receiver who lined up in the backfield, and Derek Forrest with an excellent tackle to bring him down at the 28-yard line.
Yeah, nice job by Derek Forrest. Stokes, a lot of speed out there. He's
6 yards on the run.
Kick returner as well. Tulsa with 2 timeouts of their own as the clock clicks down under 2 minutes.
17-10 Cincinnati. Shotgun snap to Smith. Inside handoff to Taylor. And Taylor has another first down, and now a late penalty flag is thrown after the play.
Yep, thrown in by the center judge from way back behind the play. And now we got a little bit of pushing and shoving going on at the line of scrimmage as well. The referees jump in to break that up immediately. Here comes the call. No, he's talking to Philip Montgomery, so it must be on Cincinnati. Hopefully I'm wrong. But again, I think the one thing about the play with Sanders before is they're looking for any type of retaliation, and we'll see what the call is here. I think they're asking Montgomery what he wants.
Personal foul. Illegal hands to the face. Defense number 93. Half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down. By rule, the clock will start on the snap.
Man, I've never seen so much woofing in my life down there. It's going on big time right now.
You know, there's been some bad blood since the first COVID cancellation between the two teams. Tulsa, some of their players on social media said Cincinnati was ducking them. They were scared to play there. Then it happened again. That took it up another notch, and that ill will appears evident tonight. First down and 10 at the Cincinnati 12. Here's a handoff to Corey Taylor, and he is sandwiched down at the 9 with the clock running and 1:42 left in the half.
Yeah, plenty of time for Tulsa. Obviously, they're not going to leave Cincinnati anytime either if they can get this ball into the end zone. I think it's up to Cincinnati right now defensively to hold them to a field goal attempt here. 2nd and 8, so they can get a first down at the 1.
1:22 left in the half. 2nd down and 7 at the Bearcat 9. They give it to Corey Taylor again. There's a penalty flag down. Might have been holding in this case. Tackle made at the 3.
That was thrown by the umpire in the middle of the offensive line. Didn't appear to be a dead ball foul like the last one was with the hands to the face. Jarrell White goes off the field again.
Offense number 66. 10-yard penalty. Replay, 2nd down.
All right, now here's a spot where you've got an opportunity to dial something up, put some pressure on Zach Smith and create a turnover or a sack, and definitely hold them to a field goal attempt, or even better, get the ball back.
1:14 on the clock. They walk the ball back to the 19-yard line. They need to get to the 2 for a first down.
That's the 2, not the 1.
2nd and 17 after the holding penalty.
Clock's running.
Gerard Wheeler, the guilty party. We're down to 1:01 left in the half. Zach Smith catches a shotgun snap. He's back to throw. Here comes Myjay Sanders. The pass deflected and incomplete. Darian Beavers deflected it around the 8, and it went floating in the direction of the intended receiver, tantalizingly for that intended receiver, but it did fall incomplete.
Absolutely. And Sanders, you mentioned, here he comes. Looked like he got held, but then after the play was over, man, he got just manhandled again.
That stops the clock. 53 seconds left in the half. 3rd down and 17 at the Bearcat 19. Cincinnati leading by 7, 17-10. Luke Fickle will call a timeout.
Good call. Saw a little bit of...
Takes the first charge time out of the half. This is a 30-second timeout.
Saw a little bit of talking between the defensive players going on in reference to the alignment that Tulsa had. They had their 3 wide receivers. They had trips to the right, but they were all within like a yard of the tackle and a yard of each other, kind of spread out. And Cincinnati was like, we're really not sure how to cover this one. We haven't seen it before. So, wise choice of a timeout there by Coach Fickle. This is a big play right here.
3rd down and 17 at the Bearcat 19 after the fumble by Trey Tucker. Gave Tulsa the ball in Bearcat territory. Officials using a towel to wipe off the football with the rain coming down here in Cincinnati. It's a tightly clustered formation for Tulsa. Zach Smith catches the shotgun snap. He's back to throw, under pressure, grabbed, now he throws, and it's incomplete in the end zone. He did a nice job staying on his feet. But Tulsa will have to settle for the long field goal drive.
Or they'll go for it. Looks like the offense hasn't left the field yet, but good lower body leg strength by Zach Smith to stay upright there.
They can't go for it.
Yeah, I think they're going to take a timeout here and get field goal unit on the field. Well, they don't have to. There's still 20 seconds on the play clock.
He had 36-yard field goal try from the left hash. Zach Long, that's a great kicker name.
Yes.
He's 1 for 1 in the game. His long of the season is 48. This is 36. It is raining. The snap, the put down, and the kick. It was blocked, and it's no good. At least I think it was blocked.
Yeah, either that or it was just a horrible
kick. Not flying very well at all. So the Bearcats dodge a bullet as Zach Long misses from 36 yards away.
Yeah, it was really low. I mean, it wouldn't even have hit the crossbar if it was long enough. Yeah, it wasn't. Couldn't tell if it was hit. I don't think so. I think just a miss-hit.
So on a rainy night with slippery footing and a slippery football, Zach Long did not hit that well at all. And the Bearcats will get the ball at their own 20 with 42 seconds left in the half.
Well, you want to be careful here, but they're being aggressive. They had the ball moved to the other hash.
Cincinnati in a pistol formation. Des Ritter ready for the snap from Renfro. He has the ball. Draw play handoff. And Ford just charges forward for a gain of 3.
Yeah, I think they tried to deceive Tulsa into thinking that they maybe were going to go deep on the ball on the play, but they did not do that. They'll line up, but I don't think they even have to run another play, more than likely. I don't think they will. Yeah, maybe they will.
Down to 13 seconds to go in the half. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. 6 seconds left in the half. They hand it off again, and Ford is stopped after gaining about 2 yards as the half comes to an end. Halftime score, Cincinnati 17, Tulsa 10. Stay tuned for the U-Crate halftime report presented by U-Crate, your custom crating and shipping solution. Visit ucrate.com. Again, the halftime score is 17-10. in favor of the Bearcats. This is the American Championship game presented by Ukraine on News Radio 700 WLW.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the University of Cincinnati Bearcat Marching Band for a unique and very special halftime presentation. This year, the UC Marching Band celebrates a special anniversary. 100 years ago, the Bearcat Band was created. As the UC Band celebrates their centennial season, this year's band members dedicate this halftime program to our loyal senior members of the cheer and dance teams, the Bearcat Marching Band, and our Bearcat football team. Tonight's From the Stands halftime performance begins with a song by Demi Lovato. The lyrics say, "This is my game and you better come to play," which the Bearcat Band is telling our opponents. Here is the 2020 Bearcat Band's rendition of Confident. The next number is a song by Paula Abdul from 1989. It was accompanied by a popular MTV video which was described at the time as tastefully hot. Maybe this memory will warm your heart as the Bearcat Band cuts loose with Cold Hearted. For the next number, we go way back to 1994 and revisit a California rock group called The Offspring. Bearcat Band offers this musical challenge to the Golden Hurricanes to come out and play. The band continues our From the Stands halftime show with a tune from the 70s rock musical classic, The Rocky Horror Picture Show. It's astounding. Time is fleeting. Madness takes its toll. Instead of being remembered for the scary characters and story, the musical and movie were hugely popular for the audience participation activities in the show. So the Bearcat Band hopes you'll feel free to get up, join in, and do the famous dance with the band as they invite you to do the time warp. The Bearcat Band will close out our halftime performance with a tune by Cameo. This high-energy number always gets a crowd up on its feet, and it also gives the Bearcat Band's all-star brass section an opportunity to rock Nippert Stadium. Here is Talking Out the Side of Your Neck. Let's hear it for the Bearcat Band. The UC Bearcat Marching Band would like to thank you for your attention and the opportunity to perform for you this evening. The Bearcat Band cheer and dance teams are grateful for the opportunity to support our number 6 Bearcat football team. The University of Cincinnati Bearcat Band is directed by Christopher J. Nichter. Associate Director is Nick Angelis. Assistant Director, Krista Mulcahy. Video choreography by Larry Rebbio and Heather Graham. Color guard instructor, Lindsay Cristalier. Tour coach is Brittany Ziegler. Brass instruction by Ray Heim and Tim Snyder. Sound engineers, Andrew Van Meter. Photography and videography by Christopher Southard and Andrew and Lori Hitchcock. The assistant to the directors is Ryan Boyd. The voice of the UC Bearcat Marching Band is Randy Smith. The next performance of the Bearcat Marching Band will be at the Bearcat Bowl game, whenever and wherever our Bearcats will be playing. Now go Bearcats! Let's hear it for the Bearcat Marching Band.
Cincinnati on top. Tulsa will get the ball to begin the third quarter. You've been listening to the U-Crate Halftime Report presented by U-Crate, your custom crating and shipping solution. Visit ucrate.com. Back with a second half in just a bit on News Radio 700 WLW.
I think if the Bearcats, they need to make an adjustment here, huge adjustments to be able to stop the run, but I think also they put more pressure on Zach Smith that they can create some turnovers, and that'll allow them to pull away from Tulsa. You know, Tulsa's done a great job, Dan, as you just pointed out, of overcoming deficits and coming back to win football games. There's a little magic in them this year, but at the same time, you know, what they were able to do down the stretch, there was at times when they got a little bit of breaks, and you know, where teams made mistakes, and that's what the Bearcats can't do right now, is make mistakes. They need to be very, very solid. And the one thing that concerns me, and we've seen it enough here in the first half, and it goes both ways, is the penalty side of things. These are the two top penalty teams in the American, and they're at each other's throats right now, and I do believe that a lot of it has to do with the previous games that were postponed because of COVID. And as you mentioned before, some of the Tulsa folks feeling that Cincinnati ducked them at times. And we know that wasn't the case. It's just something that's hard to overcome this year, and everybody's having to deal with it. But the Bearcats cannot retaliate. Let Tulsa get those penalties and back away from them.
8 penalties on Cincinnati in the first half, 5 on Tulsa.
Yeah, yardage about the same, but at the same time, more penalties on Cincinnati. A lot of those were the ones where there was pre-snap calls where Cincinnati jumped. There were in a couple of cases where the center hitched the ball and created a false start as well.
About 2 minutes away from the start of the second half. The Bearcats have not come out of the locker room yet, but let's check in with Tony Pike.
Thanks, Dan. Jim, as you just alluded to, the composure is what's going to be interesting to watch here in the second half. I've been a part of a lot of games. I've watched a lot of games. I don't know that I've seen a first half that heated between two sides of the ball. And normally you see, a skilled player mouthing off to a linebacker or someone in the secondary. This is 11 versus 11. These guys are at each other's throat every single snap, and they are borderline on that personal foul range. So you talk composure in the second half, a championship game, motions running high. You can't afford a 15-yard penalty at some point in the second half because you're the guy that they end up catching.
I agree all the way, Tony. I know Coach Fickle, and I know he's talked to him about that, but sometimes the emotions get in the way, and you don't want to be the guy that backs down, but at the same time, it could be critical if you get, that 15-yard penalty at the wrong time on either side of the ball.
These two teams played here at Nippert Stadium a year ago, and the game was very similar, not in terms of how chippy it was, but in terms of how tight it was. The Bearcats had a 17-13 lead late. Tulsa had the ball. Bearcats forced a turnover, and on the next play, Jared Dokes had a long touchdown run to put the game away, but it was very much in doubt until the final few minutes.
And I put my faith in Coach Marcus Freeman, the defensive coordinator of the Bearcats. He needs to figure out two things. Number one, the Bearcats with no sacks today. Tulsa doesn't give up a lot, about 1.5 a game, but they've got to him at times, made him throw the ball away, but not been able to sack him. So got to figure out how to get to him, and then secondly, as we talked about a minute ago, got to figure out how to slow this run down and not allow them to run through huge gaping holes and have your secondary have to make every tackle.
Zach Smith has completed fewer than 1/3 of his passes so far tonight. He's 6 for 19.
And that's, you got to have confidence in your corners or in all of your guys is playing man, and then put an extra guy in the box and get in Zach Smith's face. And then you got to be able to stop the run. So, that's why Marcus Freeman is on the list for, assistant coach awards this year, because he is magic, and let's see what he can do and what the adjustments that he's made on for the defense in the second half.
Redshirt freshman Alex Bales in his first game as the Bearcat kickoff specialist blasts a high end-over-end kick 5 yards deep into the end zone for a touchback.
Yeah, they weren't going to run that one back, and he didn't kick it anywhere near out of bounds, so nice job.
So Tulsa will start from the 25-yard line as we get set for the first play of the third quarter, with Cincinnati leading the Golden Hurricane 17-10. Corey Taylor rushed for 85 yards in the first half on 16 carries for Tulsa.
Yeah, I'm telling you what, he looks good. He really does.
He has carried as many as 33 times in a game in his Tulsa career.
Yeah, Prince, just getting back from injury, didn't get near as many carries in the first half.
First and 10, ball's right in the middle of the field at the 25-yard line. Smith in the gun, Taylor to his right. It's a run to the left for Corey Taylor, tries to jump over some traffic, and then accelerates forward and winds up picking up 8 yards to the 33-yard line.
Exactly the same as the last half was, and here comes Tulsa to the line again quickly. They realized
it's a run for Taylor, didn't get much, but he only needed 2 for a first down, and he got it. Meanwhile, Jarrell White was hurt on the previous play, came out with his right arm dangling down, and Tyvon Fossen had to go running in to replace Jarrell White.
Yeah, and they were late getting to the ball. Tulsa went tempo again, And Tulsa realized that they didn't substitute anybody. They could snap it any time they want, and they did.
So White is out. Van Fossen is in on 1st and 10. Smith looking to throw. His pass is caught at the 50-yard line by Stokes. They're going to spot him down at the 49-yard line, but that's a 14-yard gain, and it's also first down.
Yeah, and Zach Smith did that with pressure in his face and took a pop as well. So give him some credit, and clearly a catch, too.
2 first downs on the drive for Tulsa. On 1st and 10, it's a run to the right for Corey Taylor. Joel DeBlanco has him in a bear hug, and the officials blow the play dead after a 1-yard gain.
Yeah, that's more like it, a 1-yard gain. That's what you want. Great pursuit that time. Number of different Bearcats out there. Nowhere to go. You hold them to 1 yard like that, it brings up, a play action type thing. And again, the Bearcats got to Smith on the last one. He made a nice play and also a nice catch also.
Bearcats get some fresh bodies in on the defensive line, including pass rushers Myjay Sanders and Ethan Tuckey. Here's a run to the left for Prince. Gets past Van Fossen, but Javon Hicks comes up from the safety position and makes the tackle after a 2-yard run.
Hicks had that great year last year. He hasn't got on the field as much this year with Wiggins back, but did a nice job on run support there. And that's great, only allowing 2 yards. Here you go, 3rd and 7.
At the Cincinnati 48, Bearcats up by a touchdown 2 minutes into the 3rd quarter.
Tulsa 3 out of 8 on 3rd down conversions in the first half.
2 receivers left, 2 go out to the right. Zach Smith ready for the shotgun snap. He's back to throw. Under pressure, he will be sacked for the first time tonight. Pulled down back at the 46. Looks like Curtis Brooks will get credit for the sack.
Yeah, nice job. But again, Cincinnati sent a package. That's what I was talking about with Marcus Freeman. He's so good at things like this. Now again, it was a situation at 3rd and 7 where you thought it was going to be a sheer passing situation, and that's exactly what it was. So they could send a package. You got to give credit to the guys down the field, the corners and the safeties. Good coverage down the field. Zach Smith couldn't get a quick pass out.
2.5 sacks this season for Curtis Brooks. Punter Lachlan Wilson is in. He had a fake punt. Tulsa's last game running for a first down against Navy. He elects to punt. Kind of a shank. It bounces and rolls. It gets scooped up at the 12 by Ryan Montgomery. A dangerous move, but it works out as he's able to run to the 20-yard line.
That was a helicopter punt. I mean, we've seen them go, the spins now, they go like a kickoff end over end, but that one was sideways spinning. And Ryan Montgomery let it hit the ground, realized that, hey, this thing's going to roll for a while, and picked it up. I was listening to your broadcast, Bengals broadcast, and Dave Lapham brought up a study that was done. When you let that ball hit the ground, the average roll is 11 yards. That's what you lose. And Ryan Montgomery with a heads-up play there to pick that ball up.
Legendary special teams coach Frank Gans determined that number. Early movement again before the Bearcats can run their first play.
Ball start. Offense number 55. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
Again, it just makes it harder to overcome. We talked about staying ahead of the chains. And now you've got to get not necessarily a chunk play, but you got to get some decent yardage on first down here to give yourselves a chance to keep this drive alive.
Cats have it at their own 16. It is 1st and 15. Ritter in the shotgun. Cincinnati with a 17-10 lead. Bruno LaBelle motions toward the formation. He's one of 3 receivers out to the right. Ritter throws a pass, and Alec Pierce trying to make a one-handed catch. Can't come down to the ball. Desmond led him a little bit too much.
Yeah, he did. It was just his outstretched arms. He only had an opportunity to get one hand on it. And Alec did a great job of coming across the field. They completed that pass earlier. I believe it was a 14-yard reception he had earlier in the first half. But thrown a little too far that time. And now the Bearcats clearly have to do something here on 2nd and 15.
At their own 16-yard line. 3 receivers right, 1 out to the left. Lenny Taylor motions, now goes back in the original direction. Desmond Ritter back to pass with time, and the pocket closes, and he gets tackled at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, no sack on that because he came out of there, but at the same time, had no chance whatsoever. Nobody open immediately, although it appeared to be a longer pass routes down the field. And Ritter stepped up in the pocket, then realized it was collapsing on him, had to do something.
Jackson player, first team All-League, making the tackle at the line of scrimmage. It is 3rd down and 15. Tulsa playing with 2 deep safeties. And the corner is giving a lot of cushion. Ritter ready for the shotgun snap. Dez has the ball. 3 rush, 8 in coverage. Ritter gets away from a sack. Rolling out to the right sideline, being chased by Zaven Collins, and the pass by Des Ritter is incomplete. Collins making a hit after Des got rid of the ball, perfectly legal. And Cincinnati will have to punt from the goal line.
Yeah, tried to make a play there as Des outran Collins, although Collins was in hot pursuit, and as you mentioned, hit him as he let the ball go, and thought he was just going to throw the ball away, but he tried to make a play down the field. Dangerous throw.
So a terrible possession for Cincinnati to begin the 3rd quarter. It started with a penalty, followed by 3 plays that did not gain any yards. James Smith waiting for the long snap at the 2-yard line. High snap. He jumps to catch it, gets off the punt, punts it a long way. It's going to bounce and roll inside the 40. Now it's scooped up by Stokes, running across the 40, the 45, and Josh Wiley makes sure he goes out of bounds at the 45-yard line.
Yeah, nice job by Stokes. He pulled kind of the same thing Ryan Montgomery did, said if that thing keeps rolling or keeps bouncing, we're going to lose some yardage, so he picked it up and went with it.
46 yards on the punt, 7 yards on the return, and we have a timeout on the field. 10:50 left, 3rd quarter, 17-10, Cincinnati up by a touchdown. This is the American Championship game, presented by Ukraine on News Radio 700 WLW. Running 47 plays to 34 for UC, but UC has the lead because the Bearcats have had all of the big plays so far in this game. 3 passing plays of 30 plus, 1 running play of 40 plus.
Yeah, it's been the big play, no doubt about it.
Tulsa starts from the 45-yard line. Generic Prince in at running back. Zach Smith is ready, and we've got early movement up front.
That was Tulsa that time, no doubt about it. Again, I think they're in the NASCAR mode, or the...
There's no foul in the play. The ball has yet to be marked ready for play.
Okay. Our good buddy, Mr. Couch there in 73 came shooting off the ball, Dylan Couch. but the ball wasn't ready for play, so he doesn't get flagged.
Jarrell White back in on defense for Cincinnati on 1st and 10. Here's a running play. Prince with a big hole left side. Look out. 40, 35, 30. Spinning down the sideline. And Javon Hicks saves the touchdown by shoving Prince out of bounds at the 17-yard line.
Yeah, but man, I'm telling you what, just a huge hole on the defensive right side, offensive left side. Tulsa to the line of scrimmage quick. They realize they got Cincinnati tired right now. And they're
38 yards on that run. On 1st and 10, they give it to Prince again. Another big hole up the middle. White makes the tackle, and he's hurting. Did something to his right arm or his right shoulder. He's not getting up. 8 yards on the run for Prince, maybe 9.
Third or fourth time Jarrell White's been dinged up and had to leave the game. Almost looks like a shoulder, Dan. You're absolutely right. You're just wondering, is it a recurring stinger, you know, or something of that nature?
Tulsa's inside the 10 after back-to-back runs by Prince through gaping holes.
Yeah. I mean, you got a quick running back in Prince, very fast. And he's getting the hole, he's hitting that hole quick, and then he's breaking arm tackles, and that's what the Bearcats haven't done this year. They haven't allowed.
2nd down and 1 at the Cincinnati 8-yard line. It's another handoff to Prince. He bounces it wide right, cruises into the end zone, but there are multiple penalty flags down.
There's a penalty marker on the flag.
Illegal substitution. 12 men on defense. That penalty is declined. The result of the play is a touchdown.
That's the reason there's multiple. Easy count back there. The Bearcats were 12 men on the field. And Tulsa made that look so easy, absolutely easy. And his defense just looks tired.
So 3 consecutive running plays by Demeric Prince, 38, 9, 8, touchdown. Tulsa PAT away from tying the game. The kick is up. It is good. And we are even with 10:05 to go in the 3rd quarter. 17 all is the score.
Total yards identical as well at 238 each.
That was a 45-second touchdown drive on 3 consecutive running plays. TV is showing a tight shot of Demeric Prince as he wears the Juju hat after his touchdown run. He looks remarkably like former Bengals quarterback Jeff Blake. It's uncanny.
Tell you what, he's a quick guy, and I know he's been banged up a little bit. You mentioned his first game back was the Navy game, or did he not play in the Navy game? He's back now. I mean, he
did not play in
the
that
Navy game.
Yeah.
That's the one he was dinged up for. But he's a little quicker, and boy, he just showed it in that one.
Tulsa's offensive line has dominated the Cincinnati defensive front.
Yeah, absolutely, without question. And they are not going to change that, and they know that the risk is that if they try to pass the ball too much, they risk an interception or a sack and a fumble, those kind of things. So they're going to continue to run the football. Here's where it lies now. The Cincinnati offense has to do something. Obviously, they need to score more. They need to make some time-consuming drives to allow this defense to get a little rest on the sideline. They look really, really tired, and it's usually the other way around where the Bearcats wear the other team down. That's not the case tonight.
166 rushing yards for Tulsa early 3rd quarter.
Yeah,
Cincinnati normally gives up about 110 a game.
Yep. And again, the Bearcat offense didn't help the defense that time by having a penalty on the first play of the drive and not being able to get the ball away from out of their own end zone area, and having to punt the ball and give Tulsa good field position, and then Tulsa just ran the ball down their throat. No other way to put it.
Tulsa has run 30 times in this game. Half of those runs, 15 out of the 30, have gone for at least 5 yards.
Yeah, where the Bearcats had 9 in the first half that were 2 yards or under.
Well, previously, when Tulsa was able to pull even at 10 apiece, the Bearcats had a quick answer. The 36-yard touchdown pass from Desmond Ritter to Alec Pierce. So we'll see if the American Athletic Conference Offensive Player of the Year can come through again.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really, the offense can help out a whole lot here, not just score touchdowns, but long time consuming drives, or at least using a little bit of time to allow the defense to rest and get its legs back.
Bearcat basketball game is a final. Georgia defeating Cincinnati 83-68. Bulldogs improving to 6-0. Cincinnati falling to 2-4. Bearcats are back to league play on Tuesday night, a road game at UCF. Zach Long ready to kick it off. Cincinnati's had 3 pretty good kickoff returns so far in this game. Here comes the kick. This is returnable for Tucker. Catches at the 7 with a head of steam to the 20, the 25, 30, 35. Once again, a good drive start for Cincinnati. Now Ryan Montgomery is tangled up on the ground with a Tulsa player, and the officials step in and pull the two guys apart.
Yep, he was blocking the guy, and they both hit the ground, and again, a little extracurricular activity there, but nice job again by Trey Tucker. Decent field position.
Tucker averaging more than 30 yards per kickoff return this season, 30.9 coming into the game, to earn second-team All-League honors as a kickoff return specialist. Cats are going to spread out the receivers on 1st and 10 from their own 35. Ritter in the shotgun. We're tied at 17. 10 minutes to go, third quarter here at Nippert Stadium. Bruno LaBelle motions toward the formation. Ritter catches the shotgun snap. Fakes a handoff, short pass, incomplete, intended for Bruno LaBelle.
There's that tight end Tony Pike was talking about, trying to get him involved in the game. Third target to LaBelle, I think maybe the 4th now. And he has no catches on the day. And Tulsa sent in pressure big time that time. They showed it, they backed out, then they came with it. And it worked. It got enough people in Desmond Ritter's face to make him throw that. Not so well to Bruno LaBelle.
2nd and 10, Bearcats at their own 35. 3 receivers stretch out to the left. Here's a swing pass caught by the running back Jerome Ford. Nice block by Bruno LaBelle. Big time game for Jerome Ford. He'll make it to the 50 for a 15-yard pickup.
Well, the tight ends are important in the passing game and not just catching balls. So Bruno LaBelle with a great block there to spring Jerome Ford, and that's a big play for the Bearcats.
That takes it to midfield. 1st and 10, Cincinnati. The clock running with 9.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. 2 receivers right, 2 out to the left.
Man, he did it again. Renfro.
Penalty flag on Cincinnati.
Number 56. 5-yard penalty. Remains second down. Correction. Remains first down.
One of those, I don't know if you want to call it a yip, but you know, he flinches and then he snaps it back like right in succession. And that's the 3rd one, I believe. Yep, 3rd one on him. A number of other pre-snap penalties on the Bearcats, 6 of them total.
1st and 15 after the 5-yard penalty. Ritter catches a shotgun snap. It's a handoff. This is Ford trying to run left, stumbles forward, and picks up 3 yards to the 48-yard line. Tripped up in the backfield by linebacker Justin Wright.
Yep, got a little bit of the penalty yardage back. Ran to the boundary side, to the short side of the field, thinking there's less people over there. Spread our guys out to the right, come back to the left side. Didn't pick up much, but nice job of keeping his balance by Jerome Ford.
2nd down and 12 after the 3-yard run. 2 receivers out wide to the right. Alec Pierce out to the left. 2 safeties playing deep for Tulsa. Desmond Ritter back to throw. Throws a screen. This is set up beautifully. Wiley down the sideline to the 40. Cuts it back to the 30 and gets tackled at the 25-yard line. 27 yards on the screen pass to tight end Josh Wiley.
What a great call by Mike Denbrock, and I'm telling you what, they hit it. They said, okay, this is typically where they blitz. And Ritter, I don't think he was ready for the snap. The thing that Renfro snapped the ball quick. Fortunately, it was a good snap right at him, and he caught it. And boy, he had people all over him quickly, and he got the ball over the heads of all of them to Wiley. And nice job by Josh.
Bearcats driving in a tie game. They have it at the 25 of Tulsa. Shotgun snap to Ritter. Fakes a handoff, running to the right, sprints away from a hit. He's to the 20, 15, 10, tackled at the 10-yard line as the Bearcats drive into the Toyota red zone.
Well, Tony Pike mentioned before, one of the things missing today was the ability to get the ball to the tight ends in the passing game. The other thing that's been missing is Desmond Ritter's legs. And boy, he did just great job there. Man, that was outstanding.
Linebacker Grant Sawyer took a bad angle, and Desmond Ritter exploited it for the 15-yard gain.
Yep, nice 15-yard pickup.
First and goal at the 10 as Cincinnati tries to pull back in front. 7:22 to go, third quarter. Ritter in the gun, catches the shotgun snap, running to the right, behind Jerome Ford. He's down to the 5, toward the pylon, hits the pylon, touchdown! Bearcats! Desmond Ritter takes it in from the 10.
All effort on Desmond Ritter's part. There's your offensive player of the year for the conference right there, making a couple of plays. Number one, the screen pass to Josh Wiley, great call, but well executed by Des. And then 2 runs in a row, one of 15 yards down to the 10, and then from the 10 into the goal line. I'm probably going to take a look at this one, I believe, make sure he got in.
Touchdown. It's under further review.
So they will check to make sure his knee was not down before he hit the pylon. Worst case scenario would be inside the 1.
Correct. Or did he go out of bounds prior to the pylon? They're going to look at it and take a look at it. But I'll tell you what, great job by Desmond Ritter, really outstanding.
Let's get down to Tony Pike.
He also wanted, the ball did squirt out at the end there. I think it was when Des had already crossed the line, but you wonder if they even look at the ball coming out or when that started to come out as Des was going down. Something to watch as well. Haven't got official word. Jared Dokes coming out of the locker room at halftime was moving very gingerly. You've seen Jerome Ford. Montgomery was in on that drive. We've yet to see Jared Dokes. Not sure if we'll see him again throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, the one part about that ball coming out, it's scary if he didn't break the plane, is I believe it went out of bounds, it would be a touchback. It went through the corner of the end zone, right where the front pylon is. We're watching the replay now, and it's hard to tell from the angle we're seeing it, but it looks like he broke the plane before the ball came out. And the good part is that I was just going to say that the good part is it was called a touchdown on the field, and if they can't overturn it, if they don't, then it's going to stay with that. And you heard him say the ruling on the field stands. He didn't say confirmed, so basically what they're saying is we can't tell from the replay angles we have that whether he was in or not. So, and honestly, from the angle that I saw, it looked like, yes, he lost the ball before being hit or before the ball hit the ground, but at the same time, he was past the pylon at that point.
12th touchdown run of the year for Desmond Ritter to go with his 17 touchdown passes. Cincinnati with a chance to go up by 7 again. The snap, the swing of the leg by Cole Smith. His kick is up, and it is good. And the Bearcats lead Tulsa 24-17 with 7:14 left here in the third quarter. We'll take a timeout. The Bearcats on top by 7. This is the American Championship presented by U-Crate on News Radio 700 WLW. on car, motorcycle, and RV policies. That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. Cincinnati 24, Tulsa 17. Long way to go. 7:14 left in the third quarter.
Yeah, sure is a long way to go, but that was big there. It was not a long time consuming drive, but a very effective and efficient drive by the Bearcats. And Desmond Ritter showed why he's Conference Player of the Year on the offensive side of the football. Did a nice job there. Took the team through a couple of different plays.
Dez has passed for exactly 200 yards and 1 touchdown. He has rushed for 37 and 1 touchdown. Yeah. Over the last 5 games, he's basically averaged 245 passing yards, 91 rushing yards, and 4 touchdowns per game. Earlier today, I wanted to compare that to Lamar Jackson's Heisman Trophy year back in 2016. So like I said, Dez is averaging 245 over his last 5 games passing. That year, Lamar Jackson averaged 273, so a little more. Dez is averaging 91 rushing yards. Lamar averaged 121, so quite a bit more. But he averaged 3.9 touchdowns per game. Dez averaging 4.2 touchdowns per game over the last 5.
2 tonight so far.
Yep.
Hopefully more.
Might need more.
Yeah. I mean, let's hope this defense solves the mystery on what's going on here.
Alex Bales getting ready to kick it off again. Keelan Stokes. And Juan Carlos Santana hoping to get their arms, or make that Josh Johnson, the other kickoff returner. Yeah, hoping to get an opportunity for Tulsa.
Yeah, and you got to cover well here. You do not want any of these guys to hurt you, and give Tulsa the worst field position possible if you can keep them, and obviously a fair catch and touchback would be great.
Bales socks it, spinning end over end kick into the end zone for a touchback. So kicking in this direction, he's had back-to-back touchbacks into the end zone. Tulsa will have it at the 25-yard line.
Yeah, a little bit of wind, not a lot, but enough to not allow Tulsa to return the football. So they'll take over at their own 25.
It has rained all night, pretty steadily. It's coming down right now. The temperature at 40 degrees at game time. This is the latest the Bearcats have ever played in terms of the calendar at Nippert Stadium.
Yep. I think UC Miami game, first week of December, or was it Xavier game?
Xavier.
Yeah.
Yep. On 1st and 10, it's a running play for Prince.
Yes.
He'll be met by Derek Forrest and driven into the turf after a 1-yard gain.
So the Bearcats playing a run now, and you mentioned Derek Forrest there. So the corners and safeties, and Forrest case of safety coming up quick on this run attack. And that's great because that's going to force Tulsa in 2nd and long, 3rd and longs, and passing situations, and that's where the Bearcats can create turnovers.
2nd and 9, Tulsa at the 26. Penalty flag down. Smith throws it downfield. It is caught, but the play was blown dead.
Yeah, I believe that's on Cincinnati.
Offside. Defense, number 92. 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
That doesn't help. And it was clearly that time there was no flinch or anything like that. It was just Curtis Brooks. Just
he got his money's worth.
He sure did.
For an offsides penalty, knocked over one of the guards.
That's 2 on Curtis for today.
So that makes it 2nd down and 4. Tulsa at its own 31-yard line. Terrell White back in on defense for Cincinnati.
Now this time Tulsa moved.
Full start. Offense, number 73. 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
That's my buddy, Mr. Couch, Dylan Couch. From Pryor, Oklahoma, by the way, 6'3", 299 senior.
Transfer from Kansas State. Back to where we started. 2nd and 9. 6:16 to go, 3rd quarter. Cincinnati leading Tulsa 24-17. Zach Smith ready for a shotgun snap. Receiver on the left side motions toward the formation. Smith back to throw. His pass gets batted down at the line of scrimmage. Cincinnati's going to scoop up the ball, but it was an incomplete pass.
Yeah, MyJ Sanders, I believe, was the guy out there, got his hands up in the face of Zach Smith. And a lot of people running routes over to the right side in the area that he was throwing.
So 3rd down and 9.
So that's a great play by MyJ Sanders. He got shoved to the outside by his own lineman, by the right tackle, and he knew he couldn't get to the quarterback, so he jumped at just the right time and knocked the ball down.
3 receivers out to the right, 1 out to the left. Zach Smith looking to throw. His pass toward the right sideline. It is caught at the 39, and it's a 1st down. Hauled in by Sam Crawford Jr. as Tulsa converts on 3rd down and 9.
Sure did, and I'm going to give Zach Smith some credit there. He stood in knowing he was going to get hit and fired a strike.
1st and 10 at the 39-yard line. It's a running play.
Here we go.
And Prince is able to cross the 45 before DeBlanco brings him down at the 46. 7 yards gained on the play. That was Deneric Prince.
Yeah, and Tulsa again after that pass to Crawford decides, okay, let's go. Okay, now they're going to substitute, so it'll slow them down a little bit. Cincinnati can now substitute. But they were going to their tempo game again, but they chose to substitute here.
Prince out, the shorter, stockier running back, Corey Taylor in. 2nd down and 3. They fake to Taylor. They throw it left. The catch made by Stokes, and he charges up the field past the numerals and picks up a 1st down at the Bearcats 49-yard line.
Bush was right there, couldn't get off the block. And because that pass was behind the line of scrimmage, it's legal. That wasn't any offensive pass interference.
4:46 left in the 3rd quarter. Cincinnati up by 7. Zach Smith back to throw. Sanders will sack him back at the 43-yard line.
That's a big one. That's a big one right there, although it's only 2nd down. Which putting them behind the chains big time. Looks like a loss of about 8.
Cincinnati's 2nd sack. Curtis Brooks had the 1st. MyJ Sanders has the 2nd. MyJ named 1st team all-conference earlier this week. 2nd and 18 as a result.
Yeah, this is critical here. Keeping them here at 3rd and long.
Zach Smith ready for the shotgun snap, clapping his hands. Now looks toward the sideline. The play clock down to 3, 2, 1. They won't snap it in time. Philip Montgomery from the sideline called the timeout.
Yeah, what I was referring to was keep them to just a few yards here and make it a 3rd and long. It's not 3rd and long, it's 2nd and long, of course.
Just a 30-second timeout.
Yep.
Before the 2nd down and 18 play from the 43-yard line for Tulsa.
Nice job, individual effort that time by Sanders. I mean, they know he's out there, and they are doing everything they can to keep him out of the backfield. And that one again, I'll give credit to the secondary. Zach Smith held on to that ball a lot longer than he wanted to, and that allowed Sanders to get to him.
Sack number 6 for MyJ Sanders this year. 258-pound junior from Jacksonville. Showed up at UC weighing 225 pounds. He's put a lot of muscle on. 2nd and 18. Zach Smith catches a low shotgun snap. Retreats, looking to throw. Sanders closing in. Smith gets rid of it. His pass is intercepted at midfield. It is picked off right at the 50-yard line by Darian Beavers. And the Bearcats have their 2nd INT of the game.
Yeah, Beavers 2nd of the year, and that was MyJ Sanders again that caused that. He got a little help off the backside, but he was the one shoving his offensive lineman back into Zach Smith before help could get there from the other side.
Pass was intended for running back Corey Taylor, and Darian Beavers stepped in front and came up with his 2nd pick of the year. Darian Beavers, another guy who has been mentioned as a possible candidate to take advantage of the blanket redshirt opportunity. Come back for another year at Cincinnati next season.
That was Ethan Tuckey in on that one as well. Great job by Ethan.
1st and 10 from midfield. The Bearcats line up in a pistol formation. Now Ford will motion to Desmond Ritter's left. The junior quarterback catches the snap, fakes a handoff, runs left, all sorts of running room. Des to the 40, and he'll run out of bounds after a 10-yard gain. Might give him 11, and a Cincinnati first down.
Yeah, they gave him the 40-yard line, so might only be 10 and a half, but it counts as 11, and it's a first down. And boy, I tell you what, that's a welcome breath of fresh air with Des running the football, which he did not do at all and hardly at all in the first half.
48 rushing yards now for Des to go with his 200 passing yards. Cincinnati up by 7 with the ball in Tulsa territory after the interception by Darian Beavers. Here's a handoff to Jerome Ford. Goes low to try to get whatever he can. Picks up a couple down to the 37.
Yeah, the fake jet sweep there to Ja'Shawn Jackson helped a little bit, but give Tulsa some credit. They did a nice job of playing that run and not going for the fake.
Turnovers now even at 2 apiece. 2 interceptions for Cincinnati's defense, 2 fumble recoveries for Tulsa's. You know, it's been interesting to this point, Jim. Zaven Collins has really not been much of a factor. Desmond Ridder back to throw. Here's a screen. Ford makes the catch, and he's tackled maybe for a 1-yard gain by Trayvon Reeves. Good reaction by Reeves.
It sure was, man, and there was people out there, and if Reeves wasn't there, that ball's down inside the 20. And you're right on Zaven Collins. He did have the one pursuit of Desmond Ridder as Ridder rolled to the right down about his own 10-yard line and threw the ball deep down the field. Collins hit him, but he really hasn't, we haven't called his name a whole lot today.
Bearcats are not in field goal range yet. They would probably go for it if they don't lose yards here. 3rd down and 8 at the 37-yard line of Tulsa. Cincinnati up by 1 touchdown. Ridder runs a quarterback draw up the middle of the field to the 30 for the first down. The 25, he gets tackled there. Des a little bit slow to get up, but he's on his feet. And he picks up 12 yards on 3rd down and 8 to move the sticks.
Well, you know what? I mean, he just, outstanding little move there. Just not nothing drastic. He just made a cut that allowed him to get the first down, and then he was not going to be, hey, I'm not going to just take a slide. I'm going to get a few more yards. And you mentioned he's a little, he's bending down there. It looks like he took a hit. Going to be fine, but he took a shot that time.
Yeah, kind of landed hard on his back like a rebounder who gets his legs taken out from under him in basketball. Here's a handoff. Ryan Montgomery into the game. And Ryan picks up 3, maybe 4. He's close to the 21-yard line. So Tony pointed out that Jared Dokes was hurting. Jared kind of standing off to the side right now, so Ryan Montgomery's getting the opportunity.
Not a bad job of picking up 4 on first down as the clock winds down to 50 seconds here to go in the 3rd quarter.
Cincinnati just outside of the red zone at the 21 of Tulsa. Ja'Shawn Jackson goes in motion from right to left, the only receiver on that side. Ridder back to throw, looking left, his pass caught, and it's Jones going out of bounds at the 14-yard line, and he's got a Cincinnati first down. First catch of the game for Jordan Jones, and the Bearcats are inside the Toyota red zone. It's brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com for all Toyota offers. Toyota, let's go places.
I'll tell you what, nice catch by Jordan Jones. That ball just a hair behind him. Not a great catch. I mean, not that he had to make a great catch, and not that it was a bad throw by Ridder, but you tend to see guys with a lot of speed outrun those things and just kind of reach back and then drop them, but Jordan Jones didn't do that.
Bearcats are not going to run another play. They'll let the remaining time in the 3rd quarter run out. Give them the opportunity to catch their breath, and they'll have it 1st down and 10 at the Tulsa 13 when the 4th quarter gets underway. Our score at the end of 3, Cincinnati 24, Tulsa 17. You're listening to the American Championship game, presented by Ukraine on News Radio 700 WLW.
Looking to earn more with your checking account?
chance to make it more. They'll have 1st and 10 at the 13 of Tulsa when the 4th quarter gets underway. Let's go down to the sideline and Tony Pike.
Well, the script over the last half of that quarter was completely flipped in reverse. The UC offensive line starting to assert their dominance as the running game gets going. A lot of that has to do with Des Ritter, the quarterback run being an option, much more in rhythm right now. You want to see the Bearcats offense punch this in, because if you do, you slowly start to make Tulsa one-dimensional on the offensive side of the ball. And we've seen over 3 quarters when you get into 3rd and long situations or situations where you force Zach Smith to pass, you got a great opportunity to come up with a sack. You got a great opportunity to come up with a turnover that can put this game away.
How about the last 4 runs for Des Ritter, Tony, piggybacking on what you just said? 15 yards, 10 yards, 11 yards, 12 yards. So he's outstanding, and wouldn't be shocked to see that happen again here, although I am sure, I can assure you that Tulsa's looking for him right now to run the football.
Des is now Cincinnati's leading rusher for the game. He's up to 60 yards. Jerome Ford has 59 yards. Total yards 345 for Cincinnati, 257 for Tulsa. Bearcats have had somewhat of a balance. They've got 208 through the air, 137 on the ground. Tulsa much more successful running the ball than throwing it in this game. They've got 167 rushing, 90 passing with a pair of interceptions.
Just came across the wire that the semifinal game that is called the Rose Bowl will not be played at the Rose Bowl. They're moving to Dallas.
Jerry World gets one of the semifinals. 1st and 10, Cincinnati, as we get set for the start of the 4th quarter. The Bearcats up by 7. They have it at the 13 of Tulsa. Ritter catches a shotgun snap, fakes a handoff, sprinting to the left, gets away from a tackle, and then slides down at the 10-yard line. He escaped Zaven Collins.
Yeah, with a straight arm, and but it was enough. I think Collins got a tug on his arm. It was enough to get him off balance that he couldn't. You know, actually, when Collins went down to the ground, he hit Des in the leg, and that allowed Des to lose his balance, so he only picked up 2 yards.
Spotted down at the 11, so 2nd down and 8 from the Tulsa 11 with 30 seconds into the 4th quarter. Bearcats in the Toyota red zone, leading Tulsa 24-17. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Taylor goes in motion to the left, lines up as a wing. Ritter fakes to Jerome Ford. He's running to the right and gets toppled at the 10-yard line. 1 more tough yard for Desmond Ritter. It's 3rd down and 8 at the Tulsa 10.
That's kind of what I was saying before. They're looking for Desmond right now to run the football, and maybe gone to the well a little too quick and a little too often here. Too often, I guess, would be the term. But here we go, 3rd and 7.
3rd and 7. I said 3rd and 8. It's 3rd and 7. Rain coming down. Cincinnati 10 yards away from the end zone with a 7-point lead. Young and Jones out to the left. Taylor will join them on that side. Bruno LaBelle out to the right. Ritter throws to the left. Low throw. Sliding catch made by Young at the 5. He's 2 yards short of a Bearcat first down.
Yeah, not the greatest throw, a little bit low. I think if Young catches that in stride, he gets the first down, maybe even the touchdown.
Bearcats are going to go with a 4 tight end package.
They're definitely going for it.
Now, when they bring the 4 tight ends in, they often line up in a wildcat. Right now, the running back is Jerome Ford.
Ritter's still under center, or in the shotgun, or the pistol now, but he may vacate.
2 tight ends left side, 2 tight ends right side. Ritter now goes out to the right. They're going to snap it directly to Jerome Ford. Wiley motions to the right. Ford will be grabbed in the backfield. He escaped. He's running toward the near sideline, and he slips and goes down. Cincinnati loses yards going for it on 4th and 2.
Again, inside the 10, and they come away empty. Last time, I mean, they did get a field goal the last time, but Ford looked like he was going to get to the outside, but slipped and fell on the wet turf, and boy, what a shame. Great drive for the Bearcats, gets nothing. And more than that, leaves Tulsa still within a touchdown of tying this game up.
Go to youtube.com/AmericanFootball
3-yard loss on the play. We have a timeout. 12:41 to go. Tulsa gets the ball back, and Cincinnati's lead is still 7. 24-17 the score. This is the American Championship presented by Ukrate on News Radio 700 WLW. Tulsa 17. Easy to second guess the offensive calls when they don't work. But naturally, when you have a player who's had the kind of year that Desmond Ritter is having, when you don't let him have the ball in his hands on 4th and 2 at the 5-yard line, it is easy to second guess.
Yeah, when he's a decoy wide receiver out to the right, there's not a whole lot of people paying attention to him. And Jerome Ford with good effort there to get out of a jam and get back to the outside, but then as he tried to make a cut, he slipped, lost a few yards. Tulsa will take over at their own 8.
Well, the Bearcats had the ball at the 50 on the interception by Darian Beavers. Drove down to the 5-yard line. They could have kicked the chip shot field goal to go up by 2 scores.
Yep.
They elected to go for it. And on the Wildcat attempt, Jerome Ford wound up losing 3 yards.
Yeah, and that's the type of season Tulsa's had. I mean, again, not that I've got to give them some credit. They made the defensive play, but at the same time, you know, you got a team down there inside the, well in the red zone and trying to pick up a first down on 4th and 2. And guy slips, and you end up with the football. So let's see if the Cincinnati defense can rise up again.
Corey Taylor will be the running back, and once again they're going to have wide receiver Keelan Stokes line up in the backfield. So they've got a running back to the left of the quarterback, a wide receiver to the right of the quarterback, and when they've lined up like this, they have typically given it to the wide receiver, Stokes. 1st and 10, Tulsa at its own 8. 12 minutes and 41 seconds left in regulation, 24-17, Cincinnati on top. Zach Smith hands it off to Corey Taylor, trying to run wide to the right. He is pulled down after a 2-yard pickup by defensive tackle Curtis Brooks.
Yeah, nice job by Brooks, took him right down that time. That's the type of play where Taylor's been getting through the line of scrimmage and then finishing strong. Brooks made sure that didn't happen on that play.
Corey Taylor closing in on a 100-yard rushing performance. He's got 98 yards. Clock running, 12 minutes, 11 seconds to go. Tulsa at its own 10, 2nd down and 8. Quarterback Zach Smith is ready for the shotgun snap, has the ball, fakes an inside handoff, moving to his left, throws as he's hit. Deep ball is nearly picked off by Kobe Bryant, who had spectacular coverage on Juan Carlos Santana.
Yeah, he sure did. I'll tell you what, great job. Kobe Bryant never felt like Santana was going to be able to make a really good play on ball. Definitely one of those 50-50 balls. And Kobe Bryant made it a 20-80 ball that time. Great defense and good pressure that time as well on Zach Smith.
Perfect form tackle by Joel DeBlanco as he hit Zach Smith in the midsection with his helmet off to the left, slightly to the side of the quarterback, and drove him into the ground with force. 3rd down and 8. Student section getting into it. Shotgun snap, Smith back to throw. Here comes the rush. Thrown down in the end zone, but they're going to say the hit started at the 2, but it's J. Sanders with the sack. His second, Cincinnati's third, and Tulsa is going to have to punt with about 3 fewer yards than normal to work with. Very few punters are able to drive the ball well when they don't have the normal time and space to do it.
Yeah, you don't take the normal steps. You just take a step and go. Bam. And usually you don't get the distance on it. Ryan Montgomery, obviously sure-handed, going to make sure that he handles this one.
Lachlan Wilson from the back of the end zone. Here comes his punt. A long line drive. Montgomery backs up, catches at the Cincinnati 45, gets tripped up but stays on his feet, crosses the 50 to the 45, 40, 35, and he makes it down to the 32-yard line before the punter, Lachlan Wilson, made the tackle. Great return by Ryan Montgomery.
Very heads up. And I'll tell you what, is it great to hear from real fans? I mean, this is phenomenal to hear the crowd. Ryan Montgomery's making that run and to hear the crowd go wild. And very nice. A great set of turn of events there. Bearcats very disappointed they didn't score. Do a great job of holding Tulsa, making them punt, and then Ryan Montgomery with a great punt return.
A 52-yard punt, but it didn't have much hang time, and a 22-yard return by Ryan Montgomery. Cats start from the 33-yard line of Tulsa. Cincinnati up 7, 11 minutes left in regulation. Desmond Ritter ready for the shotgun snap. He has the ball, tosses it to the right. Jerome Ford stumbling as he got hit low, and he's going to be tackled near the line of scrimmage.
Yankee lost a yard. And boy, Philip Montgomery screaming at the officials over there. I think he thought that Cincinnati jumped quickly that time, and that would have been the guy that would have called it, and he didn't, so we're going to call that a loss of 1.
Bearcats are going to line up quickly. Ryan Montgomery checks in. Cincinnati has 2 running backs on the field, unusual for the Bearcat offense. Ford goes in motion out to the left. Ritter runs a quarterback draw up the middle to the 30, down to the 26. He's tackled there 3 yards short of a Bearcats first down.
Yeah, can't get too cute here. You got to pick this one up here. Keep the chains moving. They'll send Bruno LaBelle and Lenny Taylor into the game.
Trey Tucker exits.
Ford stays in at running back.
Yeah. Ryan Montgomery also exits. Cincinnati looking toward the sideline. The play clock has 13 seconds remaining. 9:45 left in regulation. Big 3rd down and 3 play coming up at the Tulsa 26. Lenny Taylor motions to the left. Ritter back to throw. All day to throw. Short pass. Caught on the run by LaBelle. The Canadian Hammer has a first down and goes out of bounds at the 12-yard line of Tulsa. 1st and 10 at the Golden Hurricane 12.
There you go. Bruno LaBelle's been targeted 4 times previously, and this time just a little crossing route. Does a great job and catches that ball, gets out of bounds inside the 15, right at the 12.
14 yards on the play. Cincinnati in the Toyota red zone for the 2nd consecutive drive. They made it down to the 5 before turning it over on downs. Now they have it 1st and 10 at the Tulsa 12. Ritter in the gun, Ford to his left. Desmond catches the shotgun snap, fakes a handoff, sprinting to the left. He's to the 10. Great tackle at the 8-yard line by a big guy, Anthony Goodlow, who was able to run down and tackle Desmond Ritter.
Boy, you sure didn't see that coming when Ritter got to the edge. You're thinking, okay, he's clearly going to get down inside the 5. And Goodlow does a nice job there of making an ankle tackle on Desmond Ritter.
75 rushing yards for Dez. He's carried 14 times. 1 touchdown run, 1 touchdown pass for the junior quarterback from Louisville. 8.5 minutes to go. 2nd and 6 at the Tulsa 8-yard line. Ritter fakes clapping. Now he catches the snap. It's a quarterback run to the left. The play is blown dead. 5-yard penalty on Cincinnati.
Yeah, false start on
Prior to the
Cincinnati.
snap. False start. Offense number 11. 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
That was going to be a highly successful play, too. And a couple of people out in front of him, which is a quarterback run. Kind of just a lack of a better word, a sweep with people out in front of him. And LaBelle had moved, or I'm sorry, Taylor moved prematurely.
12 Bearcat penalties, 7 false starts. Wow.
Clearly, in my opinion, because of the layoff. Clearly caused by just not being in sync.
2nd down and 11 now at the Tulsa 13-yard line. 8 minutes to go. Ritter in the gun. Snapped before he was ready, and he has to fall on the ball at the 20-yard line.
Well, you know, that's not a pre-snap penalty, but it's the same effect. Again, not ready, not on the same page, not in sync. And, man, Ritter doesn't see it coming. Another loss of 5.
It's worse.
Yeah.
Because you lose the down as well as the yardage.
Yeah.
It's been a rough night for Jake Renfro, who's had a fantastic true freshman year. So the Bearcats were inside the 10. Now they're at the 20, and it's 3rd down and 18. 2 receivers left, 2 out to the right. Ritter catches a shotgun snap, 3 rush, 8 in coverage, short pass. Jerome Ford gets away from an initial tackle, but gets swarmed down near the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, kind of the same pass that Bruno LaBelle caught, only in this case Ford circled out of the backfield, but nothing there whatsoever. And clearly see a field goal attempt here.
So Cole Smith, who at least tweaked his hamstring enough at practice over the last couple of weeks that he is not kicking off. His field goal and his PATs have all looked good. This will be a 37-yard attempt from the left hash.
Yeah, he just needs to think of this as an extra point. He's got plenty of distance on his extra points so far today.
Trying to give Cincinnati a 2-score lead. The snap, the put down, the swing of the leg, it's blocked. And it's going to bounce into the end zone and through the back. Tulsa blocks Cole Smith's kick, and if it was blocked by Jackson Player, the nose guard, and I think it was, that would be his 4th career blocked kick.
Yeah, a little bit of a high snap, which throws the timing off just ever so slightly. And that ended up costing the Bearcats big time.
2 drives inside the 10 without any points scored.
Yep.
Well, each team has missed a field goal try from approximately the same length. 36-yarder missed at the end of the first half by Tulsa. Now the 37-yarder by Cole Smith, blocked.
Well, you're going to have to count on this Cincinnati defense one more time. And they've just been phenomenal all year, even though they've given up some yardage today. Tulsa only 252 yards total as we wind down to, well, we're sitting about 6.5 minutes, 6:27 to be exact to go here in the game. But at the same time, they're going to have to really bow their backs here and stop Tulsa one more time. J. Sanders has really been a presence here in the 4th quarter, and we'll see if he can get to Zach Smith again.
Had that field goal been good to go up by 2 scores, then you have what Tony was talking about. You really force Tulsa to put the ball in the air. They don't have to do it down 7 with 6:27 to go.
Nope.
They'll have the ball at their own 20. After the 37-yard field goal attempt by Cole Smith was blocked. Cole now 6 for 8 this season.
Nice job by James Smith of putting the ball down, but it was just high enough that it took that extra hundredths of a second to get it down there, which throws the timing off. And then Cole Smith couldn't get it over the outstretched hands coming up the middle.
Bearcats trying to stay perfect on their home field for the 3rd consecutive year and extend their record home winning streak to 20 consecutive games. It's also given them a heck of a fight.
Yeah.
24-17 with 6:27 left in regulation.
Well, I don't think anybody doubted Tulsa was going to come in here and fight. That's just the way they've played all year, and they're a scrappy team. Their defense is very, very good.
Cincinnati #1 in the conference in points allowed. Tulsa #2 in the conference in points allowed. A lot of people expected a low-scoring game, and so we've got 24-17 with 6:27 left.
Yeah, it's not exactly low-scoring, but it's certainly not high-scoring by any means.
Right now, Cincinnati actually has Jake Renfro practicing snaps with Desmond Ritter, and it's interesting what they're practicing. Right now, they've got the right guard, Vinny McConnell, lining up next to Jake Renfro and slapping him on the right thigh as an indicator for when to snap the ball. That'll help him, but it'll also tip off the defense. Tulsa has it 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. Zach Smith ready for the shotgun snap. Corey Taylor is the running back on 1st and 10. They stretch out the receivers sideline to sideline, to the left, to the right. Cincinnati with 3 down linemen on defense. Smith fakes a handoff, short pass, caught. Josh Johnson on the ground makes the catch for a 4-yard gain.
Yep, just not going to take a chance on having another sack. They're getting the ball out of there quickly that time.
Clock running, 6 minutes, 11 seconds left in regulation. Tulsa down 7 with the ball. The Golden Hurricane at their own 24-yard line. Now they stack up the receivers, one behind the other on each side. Smith looking to throw. His short pass caught, and Santana goes out of bounds, 1 yard short of a first down. It's 3rd down and 1.
Big play here. See if Tulsa puts the ball in the air again, or they try to run the ball. And if they do run it, can the Cincinnati defense do something they haven't done a whole lot today, which is stop the Tulsa running attack? I don't think Tulsa. I think they'll try something different.
Tight end Ethan Hall checks in. The running back is Taylor. The tight end lined up as a wing to the left. It's a run up the middle. Taylor's got the first down. Didn't get much. Picked up 2 to the 31. Tackle made by Marcus Brown. That moves the sticks. Tulsa maintains the drive with 5.5 minutes to go. 100 yards on 21 carries now for Taylor.
I thought Zach Smith was going to keep that ball and take it himself. So.
Not his forte. He came into the game with minus 42 rushing yards for the year. Sacks count college football. He's got minus 21 rushing yards in this game as the result of 3 Bearcats sacks. 5 minutes to go. 1st and 10 from the 31. Zach Smith catches the shotgun snap, fakes an inside handoff, launches it deep downfield into double coverage. It is caught at the Cincinnati 15-yard line. The Bearcat defenders had it kind of ricochet, pinballing back and forth between them and the intended receiver. Sam Crawford came away with the ball.
Unbelievable. Great coverage down the field. Safety help. Ahmad Gardner was there in the corner. They had that ball. I thought they were going to pick it off, and they get it to Crawford.
Here's a handoff to Corey Taylor. He is stood up and knocked down at the 13 after a 2-yard gain. That deep ball hit Javon Hicks in the hands, bounced off his hands into Ahmad Gardner's hands, and then Crawford ripped the ball away for the huge gain. Incredible. 54 yards on the play. 2nd down and 8 in the red zone at the Cincinnati 13. Tulsa looking for a tying touchdown with 4 minutes and 5 seconds to go. 10 seconds on the play clock. Tulsa lining up with 2 receivers left, 2 out to the right. Cincinnati shifting up front on defense. Play clock at 2. Zach Smith looking to throw his pass toward the end zone. Too high. Incomplete for Johnson. Not close. Taylor knocked onto his backside again. It's 3rd down in the red zone.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, and obviously it's 4 down territory for Tulsa. They can't afford a field goal and think they're going to get the ball back. So, big play here, huge play.
3rd down and 8 at the Cincinnati 13-yard line. 2 receivers left, 2 out to the right. Smith in the gun. Corey Taylor to his left. Derek Forrest standing on the goal line. The other 10 Bearcat defenders within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, at least right now. Play clock down to 1. They snap it, but a timeout was called first. Philip Montgomery, concerned about the 5-yard delay of game penalty, burns his 2nd timeout.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They've done that a couple of times where they've let the clock go down to 1, and Montgomery jumps in and calls the timeout before the penalty's assessed or penalty's called.
3:48 on the clock. Tulsa looking at 3rd down and 8 at the Cincinnati 13-yard line. 24-17. Cincinnati has the lead. The Bearcats had 2 glorious opportunities to add to that lead here in the 4th quarter. Went for it on 4th and 2 at the 5, got stopped. Had it inside the 10 before a 5-yard penalty, and then an unexpected early snap cost them 12 yards and then they missed a makeable field goal. Tulsa has answered with a 54-yard pass that bounced off two different Bearcat defenders' hands before being reeled in by the intended receiver, Sam Crawford.
Sports Center there. Play of the day, one of them.
I think the timeout used by Tulsa, which leaves them with one, even increases the likelihood that if they don't pick up the first down here, they would go for it, because now that they only have one timeout left, it really makes it hard to kick a field goal and think they're going to have any time remaining if they were able to get the ball back.
Yeah, no, it's definitely 4-down territory, and interesting to see what Coach Freeman dials up here. I mean, they're going to put some. They know it's going to be a pass, or they believe it is. They put some pressure on Zach Smith again. Man coverage down the field. Maybe man free. I'll tell you what, you know, on the catch by Crawford, there was really good coverage by Gardner and by Forrest, or Hicks rather.
Good defensive call, great coverage.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, neither defensive player was able to reel in a pass that they both got their hands on.
And that's
Sam Crawford came away with a very fortunate grab.
Tulsa's season has been that way. I mean, you make your own breaks, but at the same time, very lucky.
Zach Smith, 12 out of 29. No touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 153 passing yards, thanks largely to that pass that accounts for more than 1/3 of the total.
Make him throw another bad one here.
2 linebackers have the interceptions, Jarrell White and Darian Beavers. Cincinnati sideline waving their arms to try to get this crowd of about 6,000 to make as much as possible, much noise as possible, as much noise as 6,000 people can humanly make. 3rd down and 8 at the Cincinnati 13-yard line. 10 defenders close to the line of scrimmage. Zach Smith back to throw. Here comes the rush. Smith throws into the end zone. Caught for a touchdown. Tulsa is a PAT away from tying this game as Juan Carlos Santana held in the touchdown grab.
Joe DeBlanco almost got there. Zach Smith did a good job of stepping up in the pocket. And boy, he threw a strike to Santana.
A 13-yard touchdown catch to cap an 80-yard touchdown drive. 3 minutes and 41 seconds left. Zach Long lines up for the all-important PAT. He's missed one this season. Touchdown catch being reviewed. At the end of the play, Santana was not in the end zone, but they said the ball crossed the goal line, and that's all that's necessary. And the touchdown is confirmed.
It's confirmed.
So here comes the PAT for Zach Long, out of the hold of the coach's son. The snap, the put down, and the kick. It is good, and we are tied with 3 minutes and 41 seconds to go.
41 seconds remaining in the 4th quarter.
That was a huge play, absolutely huge play. The pass that was knocked around by a couple defenders and then caught, and then again, nice play there. Joel DeBlanco coming up the gut, forced to go around an offensive lineman. Zach Smith steps up into the pocket and throws a strike to Santana. Santana gets knocked back across the goal line, but had already broken the plane.
So the Bearcats are going to get the ball back. 3 minutes and 41 seconds on the clock. Cincinnati has all of its timeouts remaining as we go down to Tony.
We said coming out of the half that the key word of the second half is composure. 3:41 on the clock and all your timeouts, that's all the time in the world. So if you're UC and Des Ritter, you don't need to try to force a ball into a small window. You can still run the ball. You can use the quarterback run. And try to, anytime you go into a 2-minute situation, it's good. You got to win on first down. You win on first down with guys like Josh Wiley Leonard Taylor with some quick, easy passes. Look for the Bearcats to get Des into a rhythm on this drive here to try to get that momentum back that now is on the sideline of Tulsa.
Yeah, the last thing you need is a turnover in this situation. You got an opportunity, you've moved the ball fairly well, particularly here in the second half. Just take your time, get the ball down the field, do the things that you do well, and score. Whether it's 3 or 7, we'll just make sure there's not a lot of time left on the clock.
The blocked field goal, by the way, was in fact blocked by Jackson Player. How big is that right now? Cincinnati was on the verge of going up by 10. 290-pound nose guard with his 4th career blocked kick. Gets that great push up front. He's not tall, but he closes the distance with his strength. He gets a hand on those kicks.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. If you time it right and you push the center back, and you get your hands up or the guard back, you're closer to the kick, and then you don't have to jump as high. You don't have to be super tall. And there you go. That's how he does it.
Speaking of center, it's going to be very interesting to see if Cincinnati comes out and does what they were practicing on the sideline, where the guard, Vinnie McConnell, taps the center, Jake Renfro, to try to avoid false starts.
And as you mentioned before, does Tulsa pick up on that?
Total yards for the Bearcats in the game, 369. 332 for Tulsa. Bearcats with a time of possession advantage of about 4 minutes. Desmond Ritter has accounted for more than 300 yards of offense. He has 228 passing, 75 rushing. Well, despite the chilly, rainy weather, I don't think anybody left early tonight.
No, I don't think so either.
Most of the fans are standing at the moment as Tulsa sends its kick team out there. And the Bearcats send their returners back. They've had 4 kickoff returns that have gone past the 35-yard line in this game.
Yeah. Trey Tucker with a couple, Ryan Montgomery with 1 as well. Trey with 3, actually. Trey Tucker.
Zach Long ready to kick it off, approaches the ball at the 35. Here comes his kick. Not very high. Tucker catches at the 3. Sprinting toward the right side of the field at the 20, 25. Grabbed there and tackled at the 32. Guy that tackled him tried to rip the ball away. That was Jace Oliver, unsuccessful. So the Bearcats, with a good drive start, they'll have it at the 32-yard line.
I think you're going to see a good bit of that trying to strip the ball away by Tulsa. And comes the Cincinnati offense. Again, at times they've looked great tonight. At other times, very, very rusty and not in sync.
Sure, Tulsa fans are thinking this is Zaven Collins' time.
Yeah.
Made several huge plays in game situations like this, including a 96-yard overtime pick 6 that beat Tulane. 1st and 10 Cincinnati. Cats have it at their own 32. Renfro ready to snap it back. Desmond Ritter back to throw. Fires a pass that's caught at the 36. Ja'Shawn Jackson cuts inside to evade the first hit and then goes out of bounds with a decent gain. He's out at the 38, a 6-yard pickup.
Yeah, not bad at all. You take that on first down. Nice move by Jackson to get a couple of extra yards. I like the short passing game. Nice job. Good throw by Ritter. Well done.
The clock is running, 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. They did not have the right guard tap the center before the snap. On 2nd and 4, Ritter is ready for the shotgun snap, now barking out instructions to the offensive line. 3 down linemen for Tulsa. The left tackle was backing up before the ball was snapped.
Full start. Offense number 55. 5-yard penalty. Remains 2nd down.
13 penalties, 8 false starts.
It was Harper again, and he pointed directly across at him, across the line of scrimmage, saying he's calling out things, but referees didn't buy that. So now it's 2nd and 9.
Basically eliminates the yards gained on the previous play. The Cats have it at their own 33. The clock is winding down with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in a tie game. 24-all is the score. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Ritter catches a shotgun snap. He's back to throw. Moving to his left, he throws. It is incomplete for a diving Ja'Shawn Jackson. That'll stop the clock. 2:39 to go. 3rd down and 9 for Cincinnati.
It's a tough one. You got to make sure you keep things going here and keep these chains moving. Obviously, you need points. And the last thing you want to do now is have another incompletion and give Tulsa the ball back with 2.5 minutes to go when they only need a field goal to win the game.
Josh Wiley checks in for Cincinnati. He's one of 3 receivers to the right, single receiver out to the left. Ritter catches a shotgun snap. 3 rush, 8 in coverage. Dez throws. A leaping catch at midfield by Alec Pierce, and he goes down at the Tulsa 47-yard line.
Well, he's been quiet here in the second half. Of course, he had a huge first half. But how about that? Well done by Des Ritter and Alec Pierce.
20 yards on the play, 146 receiving yards in the game on 5 catches for Alec Pierce. Clock running, 2:22 to go. The Bearcats have it in Tulsa territory as they convert it on 3rd and 9. Ritter with a swing pass to the right, caught by Jerome Ford, running toward the sideline, and he goes out of bounds inside the 40. He's out at the 39.
Yeah, he got inside the 40, so it'll be 2nd and 2. Great situation here. Take a shot down the field if you want. You got to the 39, so yeah, 2nd and 2.
Did go out of bounds, but the clock is running. 2 minutes and 2 seconds left.
Yeah, and this is a situation, if you're going to kick a winning field goal, you want to get close as you can.
Ritter ready for the shotgun snap. 2nd down and 2 at the Tulsa 39. Pierce motions toward the formation. Ritter with a short throw, caught, wide open target. True freshman Tyler Scott. He has a 1st down before being tackled at the Tulsa 32.
Well, plenty of time. 1:46. You mentioned it, Dan. You got all 3 timeouts left. Josh Wiley comes back on the field, replacing Bruno LaBelle. Clock's moving again at 1:40.
Briefly stopped as they move the chains. Cincinnati will send 3 receivers out to the left. Scott, Jackson, and Wiley. 2 receivers out to the right. Jones and Montgomery. Now Montgomery motions into the backfield. 1:26 to go. Ritter catches a shotgun snap. Tries to run a quarterback draw, sprinting to the right 30, and nailed out of bounds by Collins and Evans. A short gain on the run for Desmond Ritter, stopping the clock with 1:20 to go.
Yeah, he got 4, and that's not bad. Took a shot as well, but you got to get this ball down inside the red zone here to have a shot at a sure field goal. And when I say sure field goal, obviously Tulsa blocked one not long ago, so there's no such thing as a sure field goal against these guys.
Tyler Scott out, Michael Young in. Young and Jackson go out to the left. Wiley and Pierce out to the right. Jerome Ford checks back in at running back. 2nd down and 6 at the Tulsa 28. The game tied at 24. 1:20 left, and timeout is called by Cincinnati.
Yeah, they were against the play clock as well. Luke Fickle doing the same thing that Philip Montgomery did a while ago. He saw the play clock was down to 1 second and made sure he called a timeout. You could see Desmond Ritter trying to direct Trey Tucker in. Couldn't get Trey to start his motion, and that's when the clock got down under 2 seconds.
Cincinnati has 2 timeouts remaining. Tulsa has 1. 80 seconds on the clock in regulation. 24-all is the score. Tulsa has never led. The Bearcats jumped out to a 10-0 lead. Tulsa tied it at 10. Cincinnati took a 17-10 lead. Tulsa tied it again. Bearcats went up 24-17. Tulsa tied it yet again. Cincinnati trying to untie it once and for all with 1:20 to go. Jackson, Wiley, and Young go out to the left. Alec Pierce, the lone receiver, out to the right. Ritter in the gun, 2nd and 6 at the Tulsa 28-yard line, tied up at 24. Wiley moves closer to the formation. Ritter back to throw. Dez looking, throws, incomplete, intended for Alec Pierce. Cincinnati complaining that he was held, but there's no penalty flag.
Yeah, no flag whatsoever. Man,
that stops the
crossing
clock with
route.
1:16 to go.
It was the crossing route that Pierce has caught a couple of times, or it's been thrown his way a couple of times. He did catch it, I think, 2 times, and something impeded his progress.
Yeah, it was
there.
grabbed by Zaven Collins, but the officials missed it. Cincinnati is not within comfortable field goal range. It'd be about a 46-yarder if they didn't gain yards and tried for the field goal. On 3rd down and 6, Ritter, a design quarterback run to the right. He's at the 25. He's toppled short of the first down by about a yard. 2 yards short, actually, at the 24. It is 4th and 2 at the Tulsa 24-yard line. Do you go for a 41-yard field goal, or do you go for it with 1:03 left in regulation?
Tulsa's going to take a timeout and talk about it defensively, what they want to try to do. And there's Cole Smith warming up on the sideline. Looks like he's going to the huddle there. Don't know that that's what they're going to do yet. Bringing the field goal unit as well as the offense into the huddle, and you make a decision from there then.
Cole Smith had a 37-yard attempt blocked by Jackson player here in the 4th quarter.
Yeah,
He has not been handling kickoff duties today after tweaking his hamstring during practice. Not so much that he has not been able to kick field goals or PATs, but it looks like he is walking toward the sideline and that Cincinnati is going to go for it on 4th and 2 at the Tulsa 24 with 1:03 left in regulation.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that might be the right move right now. Number one, the way Tulsa's been able to kind of push up the middle on field goals, and the fact that Cole Smith has a kind of a sore leg.
24-24 is the score. Tension mounting here at Nippert Stadium. Tulsa's defense has broken the huddle with their defensive coaches, and here comes Cincinnati's offense. Bearcats have 2 tight ends on the field, both on the left side of the offensive line, Bruno LaBelle and Leonard Taylor. Ritter in the shotgun with Jerome Ford to his right. Game on the line right here, 4th and 2. Alec Pierce goes in motion.
Yes!
He's got early movement by Jackson player. Ritter with a free play, lobs it toward the end zone. It is incomplete. Looks like a 5-yard penalty on Tulsa that will give Cincinnati a first down.
Nice job. Absolutely great.
Jackson player, the guy that blocked the last field goal attempt, appeared to be the guilty party.
Now let's take it in for a touchdown. We don't want to have to settle for a field goal attempt, even if it's from inside the 10. Finish this game.
Bearcats have it in the Toyota red zone. Ball will be spotted at the 19-yard line. 1 minute left in regulation. Exactly. 24-all is the score.
Here, looks like Ritter's going to be under center, which would lead me to think that they're going to play for a field goal here.
2 receivers go out to the left, including Josh Wiley in the slot, Young out wide to the left. 2 tight ends on the right side of the formation. Wiley goes in motion to the right side, so the Bearcats heavy to the right. Ritter hands it off to Ford, running to the left. He gets away from a hit. He's down to the 15, loses the ball. Cincinnati recovers at the 15-yard line.
Yep. Did a nice job at getting to the edge, and then he took a shot out there. And I don't know if the ball went out of bounds or if Montgomery took another timeout. I'm not sure. They've stopped the clock with 55 seconds to go. Gain of 3. Make it 4. Well, scoreboard says 4. Looks more like 3 on the field to me.
55 seconds to go. 2nd down and 6 at the 16-yard line of Tulsa in a tie game in the American Championship. Desmond Ritter hands it off to Ford. Not much there as he runs up the left hash down to the 14-yard line for a 2-yard gain. And the clock is running with 40 seconds to go. Tulsa did use its final timeout on the previous play.
Okay, I wasn't sure if the ball hit the sideline and they ruled it out of bounds, to stop the clock or whether Tulsa used it.
Certainly looks like the Bearcats are content to play for the game-winning field goal try. To put the pressure on the shoulders of Cole Smith. Now Cincinnati calls a timeout with 20 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd like to get it closer, and certainly in Cole Smith's case, you want to get in the center of the field, I believe, only just because of his tweak in his kicking leg.
Ball's at the 14. If the Bearcats did not gain additional yardage, it would be a 31-yard try. It's also on the left hash. Not sure if Cole Smith has a preference. Left hash, right hash, or middle of the field.
That's a good point. I mean, I said the middle of the field, assuming that that's where he'd want it, because that's where you kick your extra points from. Interesting, the Bearcats called a timeout here on 3rd down. Do they take a shot at the end zone here? Or, you know, you got one timeout still to get your field goal unit on the field. Do you try to pick up a first down, or maybe get something in one of your tight ends' hands to
I could see Desmond Ritter running it.
Yeah.
Ball's at the 14-yard line. Cincinnati lines up in a pistol formation. Wiley motions toward the formation. 3 tight ends on the field. Ritter hands it off to Jerome Ford, running wide to the right, and he will not get back to the line of scrimmage. He's going to lose 3 yards.
Yeah, I don't get that.
The clock never started. Now it does. The officials are going to have to fix that.
Yep.
Clock is winding down as we speak. Cincinnati has 1 timeout left, so they'll let it wind down and then call a timeout. Luke Fickell standing next to the referee. They call it with 3 seconds to go. So here comes Cole Smith to try to win the league championship.
Yeah, this is going to be so critical up the middle, too.
It'll be a 33-yard field goal attempt from the right hash. The fact that they ran it wide to the right makes me think that he prefers it on the right hash.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, it was because Ford had the opportunity to take it right up the middle if he wanted to, and he didn't. So they had talked on that previous timeout how they wanted to do it.
Cole Smith, a sophomore from Middletown High School.
Well, let's see where Player is. Jackson Player, who's blocked 4 kicks and has one already tonight. And then you got, you got Zaven Collins, too. He's no short guy either. He's quite an athlete. You mentioned him being a gymnast before, Dan. He's right there in the middle as well.
It'll be a 34-yard attempt from the right hash. Kaysen Pfeiffer will snap. James Smith will hold under rainy, slippery conditions for the conference title. The snap, the put down, the swing of the leg. It is on its way. It is good! Cincinnati wins the American Championship, and the Bearcats are headed to a New Year's 6 ball game. Cole Smith is the hero as Cincinnati beats Tulsa 27-24.
I'll tell you what, wasn't pretty, but what an ending. Outstanding. Just to come away with the conference championship and a win today. Man, unbelievable year for the Bearcats. Unbelievable. 2020 has just been an unbelievable year, and for the Bearcats to at least get this win and a conference championship and a New Year's 6 bowl game, fantastic.
It was a season filled with unprecedented obstacles, and the Bearcats were able to overcome every one.
Plenty of them,
including a rough performance tonight.
Yeah, a little rough tonight, but very, very nice. Great win. And all that chippiness that was out there before, all forgotten now as Tulsa and Cincinnati out there shake hands.
Bearcats get the ball with about 3 minutes and 41 seconds to go. Facing 3rd and 9 early in the drive. Desmond Ritter with a 20-yard strike to Alec Pierce to extend the drive. And Cincinnati ultimately gets close enough for Cole Smith to nail a 34-yard game-winning field goal as time expires. The Bearcats remain perfect, 9-0 and in all likelihood headed to the Peach Bowl. They are the American champions after beating Tulsa tonight 27-24. Stay tuned for the post-game show coming up. You've been listening to the American Championship, presented by U-Crate on News Radio 700 WLW.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we would like to direct your attention to the field for the presentation of the 2020 American Football Championship Awards. On the field tonight to present the championship trophy is Commissioner Mike Oresco.
First, I want to congratulate great season. Give them a hand. And now, I not only want to congratulate the Cincinnati Bearcats and their great coach, their great coach Lou Fickle, but this team deserves to be in the playoffs. And now, I would like Coach Fickle to come and accept the championship trophy of the American Athletic Conference. Congratulations. Honestly, on behalf of all of us, thank you to everybody that endured and came out tonight. 5,831. We love every one of you. And to these young men behind me, I don't know how you could have done it any better this entire year. The season of sacrifice, the year of their teammate. I love you, we love you, seniors, thank you. 20 in a row in Nippert Stadium, and one of the greatest seasons in UC football history. God bless you.
And it is now time for the presentation of the 2020 American Football Championship's Most Outstanding Player Award. With 352 total yards and 2 touchdowns, the most outstanding player for the 2020 American Athletic Conference Championship game is a junior quarterback from Louisville, number 9, Desmond Ridder. Again, congratulations to the Cincinnati Bearcats, and thank you for attending the 2020 American Athletic Conference Championship game. The Bearcats defeated Tulsa here at Nippert Stadium 27-24.